Lushingworth, having gotten into a bit of a mess with Flynn and some shape changers, but you did manage to rescue 4 of the 12 slaves, and you brought them on the road with you, up the road to the fortress of Goudrath, where you had basically talked to the door guard and convinced them to let you in to talk to the knight commander of the fortress, one Katerina Heckler.
Okay, I realized I was doing it, or I was the one doing the talking. I actually have to get up to go do something. I'll be back in like a minute.
Someone play the intro music. Roll the animation.
You mean the Pink Panther theme song?
I mean, he's not wrong. I got a piss too. 1 second.
Where the fuck did my faction agent badge and thing go? I copied that somewhere else on my sheet and now it's gone.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so I could put it back in my inventory. I just looked and it's like, oh wait, I don't have that stuff in my inventory. Let me go grab it. Shit. But I think I can just add equipment from... It'll give me the gold. But I can just take the gold back off. Yeah.
And if it does matter, you did manage to scuttle the slave ship into the harbor.
I figured that was a success.
Yeah, you did so by opening the bunghole.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to unopen that tuna can. You'd have to basically, like, with the water pressure, you'd have to go on the outside and put something large enough to seep the hole and then begin build process.
And if I recall, you guys did spend the time to go and pick up your stone and lead-based chest.
Yep, they spent like 3 days walking out and around the city and then back out and around the city. So they have that with them. I'm assuming the slaves are carrying it, considering its weight.
Yeah.
Or freed slaves. They're not slaves. We're not paying them, but they're working for us.
We're not paying them yet, but we usually will when we make funds. Gilbert usually handles that kind.
I suppose it should change my name so everybody knows what to call me. How are you going to pronounce that, Underdark, so I can pronounce it the same? Because I have no idea.
Fremond?
Fremond, okay. I wasn't sure if it was a long E or a short E. I wasn't sure if it was free or fray.
Should be a long E.
Friedman Brewster.
There's no D in his name. Well, no D in the middle of his name.
Yeah, Fremond Brewster.
You said Fremond.
Yeah.
Did I?
You did say... You said that, yeah, you said freed the first time. No biggie. But anyway...
I guess we'll have to listen to the recording and find out.
Instant
But
replay.
That's my favorite D4. Because it's not like the other D4s. It's also slightly smaller, too. It's about 2 mil shorter.
Well, since Pete had the original plan for what exactly we're doing, Underdark, could you describe in copious detail the front of the keep that we're standing in front of?
It is gray stone, with ivy creeping up the sides. Patrolling on the walls, you can see men in half plate. They have halberds and crossbows.
Uh huh. How does it smell here under? What's the smell?
Like
of the
horse
sounds?
crap. But mostly because there's a stable on the inside of the wall, like a lean-to style with a thatched roof, and some horses in it, and it smells like horse shit.
Fun fact,
There's a light drizzle.
What's the garrison
excellent.
size?
Drizzle.
What's the garrison size? Called arms.
I'd actually have to look it up. Goudrath. It is about 200 knights.
Knights. So what, like 800 people here then? If there's 200 knights.
Yes.
Yeah, assuming like a ratio of at least 3 servants to a knight.
Generally speaking, you have about 3 support people to every fighting man in a given, army.
Yep. And I'm assuming they have no foot soldiers garrisoned here. It's all knights.
Well, the knights are foot soldiers.
Oh, okay. So
I mean,
not
they
really
have
knights.
horses, but they're not, this is not a cavalry unit.
okay. So they're the heavy infantry.
Yeah, they're half plate with halberds and crossbows.
Oh, fun.
Are they fond of the Spanish square formation?
They are.
I knew it.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
They tend to cluster their heavy crossbowmen in the center of the square and then surround them with a couple layers of pikemen.
Pussies.
Hey, general rule of thumb: squishies in the middle.
Well, yeah, but how are they going to get not squishy if they don't go to the outside?
That's how they get squished.
Well, it builds character.
You typically can't unsquish. It costs too much.
We unsquish every time one of us dies. You just did. We all just did a few sessions ago.
That's not unsquishing. That's, reincarnation. Unsquishing is coming back to life and keeping your body.
That builds character. All right, so we got us, our 4 traveling companions.
Yes.
Blood box.
The leaded coffer.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Underdark has just finished describing in detail the keep and the garrison. It's drizzling, and there's the strong scent of mowed grass. I mean, horse shit nearby.
Have we met Freeman Brewster yet, or is he to be appearing?
You've not met him yet.
Okay.
You guys have just
So-
been led into the keep, having asked to speak to their leader about your issues.
Have we summarized the events of what happened in Lushingworth yet?
I have told you guys my summary of it. What are you guys doing? Because you guys have just been led into the fortress.
Okay.
I think
If
Pete,
we've
you
just
wanna
been
do
led
s-
into the fortress, I think we should go talk to the guy.
The guy.
Yeah, the guy.
the
guy in
big
charge.
kahuna.
Yeah.
The big cheese.
The castellan or the guard captain or whoever.
All right, so you're walking into the keep. Inside there, you see this hall. Looks to be a feasting type hall. Though there's currently not a feast going on, but there's the long tables, kind of set in a horseshoe shaped. In the back, on a slightly raised platform, you can see several people talking to a person in a nicer set of full plate. And from the looks of her, she appears to be a half-elf. And is talking to some people who the markings on their armor would indicate are lower-ranking officers. But you can see she's the fanciest armor in the place.
Right. And remind me, what order do these people belong to?
They are Knights of the Bay.
Knights of the Bay. I think we heard this woman's name before, right? She's like a...
She is Knight Commander Katerina Heckler.
Yeah, right. Oh yeah, you said it a few minutes ago. Yeah, when she's done talking to them, I would go up and introduce myself and my traveling companions.
Okay, and she says, "Oh, so you're the lot that came in from Lushingworth with some
That's us.
refugees."
I guess call us that.
And you came because you were concerned about shape changers in Lushingworth, I believe is what you told the guard.
Concerned might be putting a little lightly. We barely escaped with our lives.
Tell me everything.
And at that point, I would begin telling her most things. Let's see, what would... So the part I would want to leave out is that we willingly worked with like a crime boss in attempting to deal with this, because I feel like that would hurt our credibility.
So you were just happened to be on the docks and just happened to find the ship. And then you just happened to track them down.
Oh,
We didn't happen to be on the
no.
docks.
We still have the whole harbor master thing. I still have the papers for it as well.
Yep. We had been sent by the harbor master to go and investigate this problem, and then that sort of led to another thing, and we uncovered this whole conspiracy of shape changers, and they had these hostages, and we
Well,
still don't...
the harbor master didn't send us. Remember, we investigated because we were curious, discovered it was desecrated, then went to the harbor master, and he gave us authorization to hunt down the slavers.
Yeah, after I felt I don't a disturbance in the force, but however I would describe detecting desecration with my divine sense, we would have gone to the harbor master. We received authorization to investigate the ship, and we found things on the ship, including what appeared to be slaves, which are highly illegal. And as we continued our investigation, we uncovered this whole shape changer conspiracy, and then everybody we thought we could trust turned out to be shape changers, or the allies of shape changers. And eventually we just had to book it, and we came here.
Did you actually confirm that the harbor master was dead?
Well, do you mean the harbor master or the shape changer harbor master?
I mean the harbor master. Do you know him to be dead? Have you seen his body?
We have not seen the body of the harbor master, though we did see the body of another guy the shape changers had replaced, so we assume he's dead.
Yeah, we saw a shape changer who was masquerading as the harbor master. We killed him, and he turned into a changeling. We have not confirmed if the individual I received the papers from was the real harbor master or not. Although when I spoke to him, he seemed kind of off,
He didn't seem...
staring off into the middle distance.
And that was when we got the papers, so I don't think he was replaced in between then and when we killed the person posing as the harbor master.
She sits there, contemplating her story for a bit, and says, "A couple months ago, some Fae started emerging out of the Bexmark Woods and attacking Lushingworth and some of the surrounding settlements. The Viscount was quite upset and had been begging for as much military aid as we could spare for dealing with this issue. And while I've sent out scouting parties into the woods, as well as some protective details to patrol the roads, we're limited in where we can be all at once. did you, by any chance, happen to bring your concerns to the Viscount of Lushingworth?
Not yet. We came here first because it was.
Because
If you
of what?
think we should go to them.
You cut off when you said because. You didn't actually say it.
Oh, I said because it was closer. If you think we should go to them, then we should.
The Viscount is in Lushingworth. His palace is there.
Oh, would we have known that?
Yes.
Yeah. Part
You
of
came here because of the concern of the changelings.
Yeah, Pete, remember we fled out of the city because the changelings had impersonated us, swiped our 4 witness companions, and then we swiped them back before fleeing into the woods and then coming here because we weren't certain we were going to be safe in the city, and
Oh,
so
that's
we
right.
wanted to share the information with the most reasonable authority in the area that did not require us to go back into the potentially hostile area.
Yeah, I would.
And also,
Remembering
some
that.
of your concern was expressed of the Viscount possibly being a changeling as well because of the appointment of the shit with the slavers.
How did we? Did that tie back to the Viscount in some way? I don't remember that.
Because the harbor master was appointed by the Viscount.
Okay,
Yeah,
but we don't know if he was replaced before.
There was like
or
a
after.
6-month period where everything started changing all weird, and that's why you're like, okay,
Yeah.
we can't trust the Viscount either.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I won't outright say to her that I think the Viscount might be a changeling, but what I will say is that we came here because it was too dangerous to stay in the city.
Okay. Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Can I provide assistance?
Sure. You guys are all there. You could provide assistance, giving him advantage on it.
It's a telling story.
Hooray for advantage. And then it's double nat ones. I don't believe you. Throw them in the dungeon.
You were half right.
I see. You see the frantic calls for our aid. It seems the Viscount has stopped bothering to send those requests, starting at about the same time you mentioned things changing in Lushingworth. It is concerning to us.
Well, it sounds like the problems might be related then.
Unfortunately, politically, I cannot just take my forces and march on the town. To do so would provoke a certain amount of internal strife that would be bad for my continued survival. Generally speaking, the rest of the duchy would not appreciate the fact that a mere knight commander decided to essentially depose a viscount. Given your story and your testimony, I need hard evidence that the Viscount is not the Viscount. If you can happen to find his dead body, that would certainly work. Other than that, you need to find physical proof that the current Viscount is not who he says he is. If you could bring me that he has been usurped by some outsider, I could then have the political cover to move my forces into Lushingworth and secure it against these shape changers. Problem is, I can't officially send any of my guys to do it. Fortunately for me, and for you, I suppose, there's a group of people right in front of me that don't happen to officially belong to my forces. And you seem to be somewhat skilled, at least in escaping the city. I'm sure you can find some way back in to get this evidence from the Viscount.
Before we discuss this any further, there's other there's other matters too. We found several things on board the ship in the harbor, as well as these four.
Oh,
The other two things being a dagger connected to the Loser dynasty and a strange casket that we dared not open.
I
Oh,
see.
sorry. Did he
At this
say
point, I
Loser
would-
Dynasty?
That's how it's pronounced, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Yes, that is how the Loser dynasty is pronounced.
Andre's been saying
It is Loser? I
Yes.
don't remember that.
Yeah, Loser dynasty.
Man, those guys suck.
Yeah, they're a bunch of losers. And at this point, I
I'm
would,
sorry, I
I would
didn't mean to
invite
take out.
our four former hostages to explain exactly how it was they got captured and put onto that ship. Because I still don't think we've heard that part of the story.
Yeah.
Yes, we did hear that.
So
She
has
they
this.
relate the story of how they were villagers in the Ivrevia Empire, how they were kidnapped and put on a ship, and how a long time passed. It was a very bad ship journey, and took many months. Stopped at several ports, but they were never able to get out and see the sun. Till you guys showed up. Remember, if you recall, they were kept down in the ballast hold. There were no portholes there. They have no idea where they had docked previous to this. All they know is the ship was on the seas, and then it was docked, and then it was on the seas, and it was docked, and a long time has passed.
I'm back.
We rescued these
why are we
guys
talking
from
about this, guys?
the basement. Not from the ship originally.
No, they were on the ship originally because we found their manacles down there, and then they were transferred to that
Yeah.
prison where
Yeah.
we broke them out.
Yes.
And then kept them safe at our inn, where they were then abducted, put back in the ship, and then we rescued them and took out the ship.
They don't
Yeah, at least
relate
we
that
eliminated
part
the
of it.
ship.
They keep it very simple. That they were basically prisoners on that ship until they got to Lushingworth, and then they were rescued by you guys. They don't know of any connection for why a Loser Dynasty dagger would be on a ship that stole them from Ivrevia.
We dated that body. Did anybody write that down?
Wait, hold on. Loser Dynasty?
Isn't that what it's connected to?
No, I'm pretty sure the dagger had the Erevian Empire logo.
Oh,
on
right,
it,
it's a
the
rebel,
dragon.
not the Loser.
That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why when you said loser, I was like, that doesn't sound right.
I couldn't remember if it was the Loser Dynasty. Oh no, the Loser Dynasty is where they were going. They were from the other place.
Yeah, they would have had to go through the Loser Dynasty in order to make it here from Ivrevia.
Yeah, so the dagger is from the Reverie Empire.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Presenting the dagger that has the logo on it.
Well, you have the
There you
dagger.
go.
I didn't present shit.
The party has outsmarted the DM in his own scenario.
We have? Have we? I don't. Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure the party just outsmarted themselves.
You're pointing out details on a map to the man that made the map. It just seems kind of odd to me.
No, he was testifying verbally that they had a dagger, that they had saw a dagger from the Loser Dynasty. They hadn't actually shown her the dagger, which has the emblem of Ivrevia on it.
Okay,
I will
can I
correct
retcon that to say the
statements
correct
to
thing?
Ivrevia.
Yeah, that's just a quick
Oh,
retcon. Venison misremembered.
Okay.
If Gilbert's
jeez.
character can correct what I said, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll just correct it.
And then I
She
assume
was lying.
you see her showing the dagger.
Ah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, and she would say, oh, yes. Yeah, that's definitely an Ivrevian dagger. What they're doing this far south, probably nothing good. Nothing good ever comes out of that place.
What kind of place is it?
The folk up there are a hard-working people, but I can't say I ever really it's like they have no joy or sense of it, and it's very disconcerting to talk to them for any period of time. Your former slaves look vaguely offended at the statement.
Real quick, which was my most recent character that died? I don't remember. Was it Grahomi or Belair? Oh, it was Belair. Okay. Yeah, that's the one that has all my notes on. I'm going to copy over.
Wait a second.
They all died so close together.
Mhm.
Would the Knight Commander's assessment of Evrevians be accurate to what we've observed with our buddies?
No.
So the reverends that we are with are very offended by this man's word.
They do look somewhat
Or the
offended,
commander's
but they don't
word.
say anything because, offending the Knight Commander of a fortress she just walked into, they're smart enough to know, probably don't want to pick a fight here. But
Well, do we have
regardless,
any
there's
ideas?
nothing we can
Cut
do.
off the sheets.
Regardless, there really isn't anything we can do at the moment about your Evrevia, the fact that come from there. That is something for what's her name?
Well,
That is something for the Duchess that she'll have to deal with.
well, the Duchess had requested your aid previously, hadn't she?
No, the Viscount had.
Well, we could go to the Viscount.
That is what we were discussing, yes.
Pete, the Viscount is probably a changeling because he stopped asking for aid around the same time that the Harbor Master started acting weird.
Wait, who was I talking about a second ago?
I don't know who you were talking about a second ago.
Oh, well. I meant the Viscount.
Yeah, the Viscount of Lushingworth.
Okay, I think I said something else, but I already forgot what I said. Yeah, well, anyway, the Viscount was asking for help, so can't you just go to the Viscount?
Pete? You okay?
Are you not paying attention at
Yeah,
all?
I'm paying
The
attention.
Viscount is possibly a changeling.
Yeah, but
The Knight
Viscount
Commander was considering sending us there in order to get hard evidence, right?
Yeah, but you're not getting what I'm saying. The Viscount already asked for help. You could just show up there and say, hey, you asked for help. We're here.
The Viscount asked, this is the Knight Commander, the Viscount asked for us to help in dealing with the Fey problem, not to come and garrison her city.
Then don't come and garrison the city. Come and you can just show up outside the city and ask for.
But the Fey problem is not in the city.
No, well, what I'm saying is you could go up and assemble outside the city as if you were preparing to receive orders from the Viscount, and they would have to come out and give you orders.
The Viscount doesn't give me orders.
Well, no, they wouldn't give you orders, but I'm saying you
No,
could.
but see, I get what he's saying. He's saying you mass your forces and bring them to the edge of the city, like you were responding to her call for aid, and then so she
Yeah,
has
it's
to
like
come out and
you would say, okay, you asked for our help dealing with the Fae. We're here. Please direct us. Where do you want us to go? What do you want us to do?
They're in the woods.
And I'm saying that is politically a bad idea. I'm not going to do that. The Viscount has stopped asking us for aid. If we were to show up in force, once they stop asking for aid in a vaguely threatening way of laying possible siege to their town, talking about this threat of the Fae, they might very well have good reason to think that I'm the one that's been replaced by a changeling. Hence my need for hard evidence, so I can show the other Viscounts and the other Knight Commanders of Vebey that I am fully justified in bringing force to bear.
It's like the only way to solve this is for us to go back to Lushingworth and either find the dead body of the Viscount, assuming it hasn't been destroyed, or failing that, like, either kill the Viscount or capture her in some way that prevents her from turning into goo so that we can have some hard evidence.
I mean, if you can capture the Viscount and bring him to me, that would be one way to solve this, yes.
Well, we would have to. When we kill them, they turn into goo, and you wouldn't be able to tell it was her anymore.
Pete, that's the other guys that turn into goo. The changelings just turn into
the
changelings.
changelings just turn into like
they turn
Okay,
into
we've got like three
vaguely
sets of people
humanoid
who
tofu.
turn into different things when they die. I can't fucking keep the Matrix straight in my head.
All right.
The
So-
mooks dissolve into
there's
powder.
the changelings, and there's
Changelings?
changeling
Yeah,
spawn.
changelings become humanoid tofu. The henchmen who work for Finn Falk turn into goop, and Finn Falk bleeds goop.
Okay, I thought there were other people who turned into goo as well.
That's just Finn Falk and his crew.
Wait, no, didn't some of the people we killed in the sewer rescuing those 4 guys also turn into goo?
No, that was just poop.
You sure? Weren't like the guys in that prison?
The mooks all change into goop.
Yeah, but
All the
those
mooks on
were-
both sides.
Yeah, but those mooks weren't working for the mob boss. Those were different guys, but they also turned into goo.
Yeah, the mooks that we killed to free the slaves did not turn into goop.
Are you sure?
Yes, they did.
I could swear I remember them turning into goo.
I don't
turned
recall
into
them
goop
turning
under-
into goo, because remember, okay, we killed the changeling.
Under
The
Janae.
changeling turned into the harbor master turned into a dead changeling.
Yes.
Then we killed those other guys, and we took one of them captive, and he had his skull caved in.
And
Turned
he
into
turned into
goop.
goop.
No, those were the other guys that
I
turned.
remember that.
Well,
He
yes.
goop after they killed
Okay. Gilbert, the 2 mooks in the one mook, because we kept one of them alive. The 1 mook in the warehouse of oil turned into goop. The changeling did not. The changeling turned into a changeling, the one that was
Yeah.
imitating the dwarf. The
But
mook turned into goop.
Yeah, but
Which
what about in the
mook?
sewer?
There were 3 mooks. The mook that we brought, who we were going to interrogate and was executed,
Also
and then
turned
the
into
2
mook.
He
mooks.
turned into goop.
All of the
All
mooks
3
turned into goop.
mooks turned into goop.
Yes. All 4 turned into goop.
And that mook
We
that we
killed
had,
2
that
in the
we had
prison
taken hostage.
that turned into goop.
Yeah, we took him from the prison, and he turned into goop too.
No, he didn't.
Yes.
He didn't.
No. The guy that was
No,
tied
that
in the
was
chair,
Hero.
he
The
had
one
got
that
his
turned
skull
into
caved
goop
in.
was
Yeah.
The harbor master, and he got burned.
Then I'm misremembering the prison.
Yes, you
Okay.
are.
So the mook that we took alive from the slaver basement, he was
Was
killed
humanoid.
by a changeling who was pretending to be our contact.
Yeah, see, this is why I just wanted
Mook-
to come here and get them to kill everybody, because I wouldn't have to think about this shit anymore.
Kill them
Mook
like
turned
gods.
into goop.
Okay. So let's be clear on this. The captured henchman did not turn into goop. The 2 guys who
Yes,
were
he did.
already
Didn't
no
he?
under just said that he didn't.
No.
The 2 guys who we met there who were going to interrogate the captured henchman turned into goop.
Right. Yeah.
So, what we can determine from this seems to be that changelings henchmen do not turn into goop. Flynn Falk's henchmen do. When we liberated those slaves, no one turned to goop. No one turned to goop. Only one dude turned into a changeling.
Okay, but wait a minute. The people we fought at the warehouse full of oil, one of them turned into goop, but
2
No.
of them turned into goop, as
but
I
we
understand.
don't know
and
they were
those
working
2
for Flynn Falk, though.
were the interrogators sent by Flynn Falk.
Maybe.
I mean,
Or
they
or
turned
were
into goop.
impersonating the
His
interrogator.
other henchmen turned to goop. He bleeds goop.
Yeah. I believe Gilbert's right on this. I think Gilbert's right on this. This is sounding about right, because
Okay, there's like at least 2, maybe 3 sides involved in this conflict, and all of them want to kill us.
because
So I
we
don't think it
didn't.
really
The
matters.
only person we had was the one guy, because the rest of the bodies burned up. Remember, we were going to get the body of the harbor master, but it burned up, so we couldn't get it. So we had.
Well,
You know,
actually,
this guy-
the harbor master
our
body we
contact-
just didn't recover. The
And
the
then,
crippled dwarf was already killed, and he was replaced by a changeling. The changeling's body also burned up because we didn't pull it out of the
Right.
burning building. As far as I can
Turned
tell
out
here,
to be a bad
there are
guy.
2 groups. There is the changelings and their henchmen, and Flynn Falk and his goop goons.
I don't think the Goop Goons are all Flynn's. Because remember, he interrogated the guy that we brought back. If it was one of his guys, he would have just been like, "What happened to your boss? Why are you being brought back by these guys?" You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean.
When Venison presented the Goop guy, the Goop Mook, he didn't immediately.
We didn't present a goop mook. We presented a regular mook.
No, that was the guy that we brought for interrogation.
Yes, he
I'm
did
gonna
not
like-
turn into
I'm going
goop.
to go back and watch all of those sessions and make like a fucking report on who did or didn't turn into goop. Because at this point, I don't think any
Oil
of us can
soaked guy
accurately
that
remember
Venison
anything
kept
that happened.
alive, he
Under.
brought to Flynn a
Under.
second time.
Are we on the right track? Yes or no? Are we on the right track, or are we getting ourselves confused?
I think you're getting yourself confused, and I'm not going to tell you if you're on the right track or not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to tell the Lord Commander that I think this is too dangerous
I know
for us
the
to
guy
handle.
we brought from the warehouse to
But
meet Phineas.
It might not be too dangerous for us to handle.
It turned into
Look,
goop.
we might be
Skull
able
got crushed.
to handle this, tactfully.
Really? Do you want to go and fight an entire city? Because I don't.
Oh no, I'm not saying fight the entire city,
Okay,
but
well, if we go back there and try to find evidence, that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be fighting an entire city full of people who want to kill us.
I don't think that's exactly how it's going to play out.
Attack our
Look,
only.
with Finn
know-
Falk, with Finn Falk, well, things might have been a little sour there. We can probably smooth the altercation over. So we can solve that another day of the week type thing.
Maybe.
Hopefully.
I
mean, look, tensions were running high. A lot of bodies. These things sometimes happen.
Yeah, he'll
in
offer some
general-
kind of tribute if you want to talk to him, though.
In general, Flynn Falk seemed fairly amicable. I'm certain we can avoid that type of altercation again.
I agree.
It might also be possible to, if we're able to confirm that something is wrong with the look, an investigation, I think, is something we are able to do. I don't think we just need to be careful
We're
about
not
how
going
we
into open war.
Yeah, we just have to be careful at how we approach this, and we should probably be fine.
Well, I don't know how you're going to not go into open war if our goal here is to go in there and kill the Viscount.
We're not going in to kill the Viscount. We're going to get evidence that something
We're going
is
in to
amiss.
prove the Viscount isn't the Viscount.
How are you going to do that without killing her?
By finding
there's
evidence.
several options.
I don't think there's going to be evidence. If I were the Viscount, I would have destroyed that body the first chance I got. The only evidence we're going to get is, like,
Capturing them alive.
it's either a captured Viscount or a dead Viscount, depending on whether or not they turn into goo.
Well, he's probably not going to turn into goo because he is most likely a full changeling and not a. But there's two creature types. There's a changeling and a doppelganger, right? That we've experienced so far. Because one
No.
turns to putty and one can convincingly turn into another person.
No, there's just a changeling. The other guys are just people that turn into poop because of probably fiend pact magics.
Yeah, but I think we've confirmed that not all of them are working for Finn.
I
Yes.
don't think we have.
Well, you kind of did, Venison, when he said there would be no point in showing you, and he cut his hand, and then you attacked him.
Yeah, that seems more like a confirmation that, like, it is one of his dudes.
So the
And
people who
by
attacked
cutting
us,
his hand... See, the people, they attacked us, yes. But the guy who was in charge, well, the crippled dwarf, was replaced by a doppelganger. I'm thinking what occurred there is he got and replaced, and that changeling did a little burning of Prospero bit on us and changed the orders from, take alive to kill.
okay, so you think the people who attacked us were working for Finn and were simply duped into attacking us by the dwarf because they didn't realize he was a changeling?
Correct, because the dwarf was working for Finn, and he changed the orders, and because they were simply following their boss's order, well, who they thought was their boss, they attacked us. Or this is all part of an absolutely terrifying 3D chess game.
All right, well, if we assume the Viscount is a changeling and won't turn into goop if we kill her, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter.
Well, the thing about the changeling is this: they might not have killed the Viscount. It's a powerful position. There's a lot of nuances, a lot of little details that are important to both keep things running and keep up the facade. It's entirely possible the Viscount is being kept alive in order to get key bits of information from.
Interesting.
Well, think about it. You're replacing someone. Well, yes, it would make sense to eliminate the original person so it can't be tracked back to you. There are all kinds of details about day-to-day operations, interactions with other people that you need to be able to stay aware of. Such as the person that showed up today that claims to have known me during past as an adventurer. If I have absolutely no idea who they are when, by all rational reasoning, I should, it would behoove me to perhaps keep the original around so that unexpected events can be properly accounted for. To confirm if the distant relations that shows up is actually a distant relations. Just look at what was occurring with the harbor master. If he was already a changeling, they probably didn't keep the body around, at least, because he wasn't acting very normal. But
Alright,
for a
well,
really big position like that, it could be very useful to have the original about.
okay, well, if we go back there to try and find some evidence, what exactly is our plan then?
Little B&E, a little Explorer T.
Well,
The Viscount's palace?
there's a sewer system.
Yep.
There is a sewer system. Do we know if the sewer system goes anywhere outside the city?
Well, you know that it empties out into the harbor.
Right, okay. I guess we could go back in that way.
You also know that there is a river that cuts through, like a small river that cuts through the town. There are some small slums outside each of the gates along the roads, and there's farmland abutting the wall.
So what I wrote in chat is my understanding of what we're seeing.
It would seem entirely possible.
Like, I think Finn has just always been. Because remember, the information that you got on Finn wasn't from the Harbor Master. It was from the Desk Mook.
Right.
You mean the guardsman outside who I spoke to, and he gave me the info on Finn, and then I insight checked him, and he was totally gonna alert Finn that we were coming.
Yeah, but you didn't get that from the Harbor Master.
Correct. I got it from the other guy.
And what was Finn's den, the Blossom, known for?
Gambling.
Yes. I think Finn is just either a demon pact or a demon just
Yeah.
enjoying himself.
Yeah.
And these changelings are coming in and fucking all of that up.
I
Yeah.
only thought he had something to do with that because he was also like, we got attacked by those goo people, and that was our first exposure to that. So I think we assumed they had something to do with the changelings, but in reality, all of that was just Finn, and he's secretly a demon.
Yeah. Kind of like Zargazov. Again, another gnome that's also a demon.
Completely unintentional, right, Underdark?
Completely.
We're
My-
going to start distrusting his gnomes now, right?
Wait,
One's
you
an
trusted
anomaly, 2
Underdark's
is a
gnome?
trend, 3 is enemy action.
all right.
All right.
So what I'm hearing is that we sneak back into Lushingworth, go to the Viscount's palace, and look around for clues, or failing that, create some.
Sneak.
Well, I would not recommend falsifying evidence.
Well, yeah, falsifying evidence wouldn't help.
That being said, you also don't have to go into this alone. There is another person who's here and has been looking into some of the strange occurrences occur in Lushingworth. I believe he's currently at the bar. Whatever you decide, I would recommend and you at least stay the night, rest up, talk amongst yourselves, talk with this, what was his name? This Mr. Brewster, and see what you decide to come up with. If you'd like, we can talk again in the morning.
Inside check.
Sure.
They said a suspicious phrase.
What phrase was suspicious so I know to look for it? in
Stay the
future?
night.
I think they were just being hospitable.
Love Gilbert's
that's my
logic.
joke, Pete. I'm so distrusting of everything when it comes to an NPC that like they could say good morning. I'd be like, insight check.
You mean like the witches?
It is, in fact, not a good morning. You get the feeling that she doesn't really want you or Mr. Brewster in her fortress for a very long period of time. And she figures if she lets you stay the night, get a good rest in, you'll all set off in the morning and leave her the fuck alone. And if you happen to bring back evidence of, foul play going on in Lushingworth, all the better for her. In other words, she's being hospitable because it's kind of like the socially... That's what you do when you are in her position in this case, is you would let travelers spend the night if they've brought you useful information. Which you have. It's considered somewhat rude to have people come in, later in the day, give you all this information, and then just kick them out for the night.
Mm.
Go camp outside.
Right. Like outside of you guys committing some major social faux pas, she isn't going to just kick you out for the night. She isn't exactly going to let you stay indefinitely. But she will be, the minimal amount of hospitableness that is socially required of someone in her position.
It checks out to me.
Yeah, it checks out.
All right. Then I think we'll stay the night, and in the morning we'll set out with this Fremond Brewster fellow. And we'll come up with some kind of plan. I don't suppose they'll mind taking care of our 4 friends and also this big lead box.
Well, she doesn't bring them up or the lead box. What do you say to her about them?
Well, I mean, the lead box is
again.
the lead box is almost certainly involved in some kind of plot to smuggle slaves into the bay, which is illegal. So I would point out to her that she should probably hold on to it since it's evidence of a pretty serious crime going on, and also that these 4 would be witnesses to it, and that they should be put under her protection.
Wait, what if we just ask to take the box down to the lowest level and open it there?
I mean, do you want to open the box?
Yes.
If we're going to open the box, I feel like we should probably do it away from here, like in the woods or something.
What's in the box? Storage voice.
Not what I was thinking. What's in the fucking box?
She
What's
gives
the
you
burning?
a look when you say it. And she's like, do you have any idea what's in the box?
No, we haven't opened it. Based on the way it's built, it seems to be intended to contain something dangerous. So we thought it wouldn't be worth to open it.
I mean, really, it's old.
Well, if you want to open it, you're not doing it in my fortress. You're
Yeah,
more than welcome to take it, outside our walls, a good distance away, mind you, and open it there. As for your witnesses here, I do agree that that is a reasonable solution. They are welcome to stay here, where we can protect them.
well, why don't we go have a look at that box, and we'll go and open it a good distance away out in the woods. And assuming we survive, we'll, I guess, give the box back. Maybe what's inside along with it, unless we decide to keep it. Because, it is for all this stuff that's been going on. And then we'll go back to Lushingworth. What do we think about that?
Sounds good to me. Let's go open the box. A good distance away.
All right. Does our friend Fremond Brewster want to join us?
You haven't met him yet. She suggested you go to the bar and talk to him. You guys are still standing in front of her.
Yeah, well, let's go talk to him first.
Okay. So yeah, she tells you, down the hall a bit, there's like the off-duty recreation room, which is essentially a bar and tavern.
Mm,
And you see this, I'm sorry, what race is Brewster?
Dwarf.
Okay. And you see this dwarf and several soldiers playing a dice game at a table. From the amount of tankards at the table, all of them have been drinking. As you approach, you would see one of the knights, throw some dice. There's some groans all around the table. Money changes hands.
yeah, I would begin introducing myself and ourselves to Fremond Brewster, and how the Knight Commander said we should talk to him because there's been some stuff going on in Lushingworth.
Ah, yes. Sit. Play. Let's talk.
Yeah. Well, now, the Knight Commander said that he had been investigating things that had been happening in Lushingworth. Does he know anything we don't?
Do I know anything they don't?
I mean, we would probably start filling him in.
You had heard, Freeman, and this is through your contacts, you had heard that there was some sketchy shit going down in Lushingworth. Some sketchy, spooky shit. shape changers and the like. People disappearing, odd behavior in governments, officials, that type of thing. And so you were coming to look into that when this group arrived here. Like you were heading down towards Lushingworth. You have not been to Lushingworth yet.
Uh-huh. Well, are you going to take up my invitation and sit and play a game?
Hmm.
It's not exactly Three's Monty, but I'm sure you know how to shake dice.
Yeah, I've tried to gamble recently, but it didn't go very well for me.
Ah, fortune favors the bold. Your luck can always turn.
What about the rest of you?
No, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get hustled for money.
Fold. What do you take me for? Just enjoying a game with these chaps here. As you can see, the money's relatively fair across the table. What does the money look like on the table?
Make a sleight of hand check.
Reasonably shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like pieces of silver had been being passed around the table. You've essentially broken even with your playing. And it's
I
like
have
it's actually
proficiency
a
with
fair
dice.
game.
I have proficiency with dice. Would I just add my proficiency modifier to that? So it'd be another +2.
Okay, it wouldn't change the description.
Yeah. I just need to remember that for
Yes,
that,
you would
because-
have though for that.
Okay. So that my dice rolls would be a +8 for sleight of hand.
Okay, 4 dice games. Yes.
Yep, that's what I have proficiency. Okay. So yeah, then my statement would be pretty true that the game seems pretty fair. Nobody's hoarding a pile of coin.
Right. Yeah. It's not like you've got this pile of silver coins in front of you and the soldiers of none. It's probably why so many of them are still playing.
A long hustle. So shall we play? My friends.
I'll pass. Here on business.
Where's your sense of adventure?
5 miles back.
And Friedman would kind of start looking at the ceiling and pointing directions with his hands, trying to figure out which way everything is, like north, south, east, west. And then look at Lucina and see which way she's facing and be like, the ocean?
Yes. Just in from Lushingworth.
Well, I was headed there.
We're going to be heading there tomorrow morning.
Well, I'll join you. As long as you play a game with me.
Lucina will drop in a sign to be responded with countersign.
Oh, that'd be just like it'd be similar to Thieves' Cant. It'd be a phrase or something like that, a check and balance phrase.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
precisely.
And then I would respond in kind and continue with my cheery banter and not make any response to it, other than the correct countersign. Well, boys, looks like the game is done. One more hand, or should we just drink and call it good? That was to the soldiers.
Yeah, they pick up their glasses. They're like, yeah, fuck, we'll drink.
All right, we have our cheers, and then I will get up from the table and scrape up my few meager silver pieces in front of me. Not changing the amount in my coin purse at all.
Pretty much, yes. You
Yep,
broke
yeah.
even on your gambling. And yeah, there's drinking. It looks like someone's playing a 3-string ukulele in the back somewhere. They're not very good.
Well, in the meantime, before we leave, we were going to go off into the woods and open up this box.
Wait, isn't it approaching the end of a day?
You've got a couple hours before the end of the day.
It was early
Ah,
evening when
okay.
you arrived.
And we were going to spend the afternoon going into the woods and opening up this box because we think there might be something dangerous in it.
Yeah, let's go open up the box.
All right. Well, I guess I'll come with you. Mystery boxes are always fun.
Well, then I think we would leave and take the box into the woods.
Okay. Yeah, as you leave, the gate guard says, "Well, the Knight Commander passed the word. At least for today and through the night, you're free to come and go as you please."
If we don't come back, whatever's in this box killed us.
He looks at the box. He looks at you. Okay. I don't expect us to come out there and deal with it. Please avoid summoning anything.
Oh, no. Just wanted to let you know because it might be a danger to you as well.
How far are you going away from the walls with this?
A good distance.
A good distance, which I will interpret to mean a 20-minute walk.
Why don't you make it a half hour?
All right.
And then the party walked 29.
As you're walking away, you hear him mumble under his breath, "Goddamn thrill-seeking adventurers. It'll be the death of us all."
Well, I think we would go 29 minutes off into the woods, away from the road and the fortress.
Mm-hmm. Do you go to the northeast or to the southwest?
Northeast.
Okay.
Southwest is a swamp? Is that what that is?
It'll eventually turn to a swamp. It's still woods right at the moment.
Okay. Whereas to the northeast, it becomes like foothills?
To the northeast is just deeper into the woods.
Right.
To the southeast goes back towards Lushingworth. To the northwest follows the road towards Chevillard.
All right. Well, I think once we've gone far enough, we could set down the box and see about getting it open.
Okay. So yeah, you set down this box, which is, if you recall from my description, is what appears to be 6 stone plates that had been soldered together with lead in between the joints.
No obvious mechanism to open it?
Correct.
Does Lucina's have Belair's bag?
Yes.
Carpenter tools. Lead is soft enough that carpenter tools would be effective on it. I don't know you have that.
Yeah.
I'm just suggesting that
I
might
think
be a
we'll
good
have,
option.
with tinderboxes and torches and whatnot, I think we should be able to make something that could melt the lead out of there to separate it.
You know what? I'm tired of carrying this bag here. Brewster, see if there's anything in here that you can use.
51 gold pieces. I can very much use that.
Oh, yeah, no, that's not in there.
I know.
Like I said, the bag, not the coin purse.
I'm guessing you're keeping the diamond for your spell.
Yeah, it's in there. Yeah, that stuff I took out.
Yeah, the things you specified you took out, but everything else you just grabbed the bag.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, bunch of candles, ball bearings. Some Glorious amounts of oil. Love that.
Yeah, we could use a bit of that to melt the lead. Just something that burns hot.
Why burn it?
It's the easiest way to get lead out of there. I'm not saying burn lead, I'm saying melt the lead so that we can separate the plates easily.
So under
how much-
based on your description of the box, it is stones that were set in place and then lead was melted around them to hold them in place. What's the frame of the coffer made out of?
Lead, apparently. Like, from what you can see, because remember, it's opaque, and there's no, like, keyhole or anything to look into, is the 6 sides are stone slabs, or possibly all stone all the way through. And where they would join up at an edge, there is a bead of lead, like they had soldered the stone together with lead.
Okay, so you could take a wood chisel and pop it in between the stone and on the lead, and it would pop apart. From my experience with lead, it would deform from the stone, versus instead of trying to melt everything, you could pop one stone plate out
Potentially, yes.
if you hit it hard enough.
If you hit it hard enough, and if it's internally what you think it is, yes.
Well, that would be my suggestion, to use something that is a reusable resource.
Okay. If you wanna try it, go ahead.
Yeah. So carpenter tools, like to chisel at the lead.
Okay. Go ahead and make a strength carpentry or strength smithing check.
All right.
Really just to determine how long this takes you.
Would I have advantage using the tools?
No, the tools are what lets you use proficiency bonus on this.
Oh, okay. So I'd add proficiency to it, so it'd be a flat roll then for me. Because I'm -2.
Okay.
Getting the low ones out of the way.
Yeah, so you start, taking the chisel and start banging on with the carpenter tools, and fortunately, unlike a smith's cold chisel, this the lead is soft enough that you're not bending the chisel trying to chisel the metal. And you're eventually able to kind of work, working back and forth with the chisel, kind of able to peel the lead, like I shouldn't say peel. You're able to bludgeon the lead away from the edge of one of these stone plates, kind of getting like where your chisel like at like a actual seam point with that. And after about an hour, you kind of hit like one good hit with the hammer into the stone. And you guys see this nice longitudinal crack right across that stone plate as he snaps it in two. The two halves kind of sitting loosely on top of this lead encasement.
Nothing went kaboom when that happened?
Nothing went kaboom other than the sound of the stone snapping.
Do my lymph nodes hurt?
Not yet.
Why would your lymph nodes hurt?
Because I would be getting lymphoma from the radiation. Maybe.
Ah,
There's no blue glow either.
what about a green glow?
Does anyone want to take some rations off of me? I'm fat now.
Lift it.
Yeah.
You will, Venison?
Oh, rations off. No, I was going to say we should lift it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah. So you remove the stone from the top of this box, revealing not a smooth, but a dull gray metal surface. With, as you look on it now, what's the opposite of embossed?
Do you know what embossed means?
Embossed is super surface, engraved would be subsurface.
A relief?
Yes. Yeah, this is a relief of some mirrored text that appears in common, and after looking at it a bit, you can work out what it says. And it says, "The Unearthly Apocrypha of Prati," on this dull gray metal surface that was underneath the stone.
Is there a corresponding embellishment on the inside of the stone plate?
You can see, as you flip over the broken stone, that there is, in fact, those words chiseled into, like embossed into the stone. And when you flip them back over to the obverse, and you kind of trace where all the worn stone was that I said had rendered it unreadable, you realize that other than some decorative stuff, it looks like the outside might have said the same thing at one point.
So what is that written out? Just so I can
could
copy it
you
over.
type that up?
I
Problem with
suppose.
having two note takers under dark.
No, I'm writing this down too.
Oh, yeah. I also like to copy and paste it onto my sheet.
But I want to
Yep.
be clear. It looks like the entire inside of this is a block of lead.
Yeah, kind of figured that when you said unsmooth but metallic.
Yeah.
All right, so I look at Venison and say, all right, looks like we're building a fire.
To melt all the lead?
Actually, hold on. Lucine's going to press down on the lead. How readily is it deforming?
About as readily as you would expect a block of lead to deform.
All right. As if it were solid as opposed to hollow.
Correct. You press down, it is not just a thin layer of lead.
Just to make sure nothing's changed, I'd like to divine sense the box, or the contents of the box again.
The lead does not respond.
Okay, good. So it's not a literal demon core.
Well, remember,
It might be inside, but
remember
Well,
mechanically,
it
it's
can't
a
be
thin
inside,
layer
it
of
would be-
lead. It's a thin layer of lead that prevents magical detection to work of any kind.
Of any
But-
kind?
You said you had cobbler's tools, right?
Does that apply to class features as well, not just spells?
it depends. I think Divine Sense specifies a thin layer of lead blocks it.
It doesn't. Divine sense doesn't specify anything. It's just 60 feet.
Not behind total cover. If it's encased
Oh.
inside of a block of lead, I'm going to say it has total cover from you.
Yeah, a thin layer of lead counts as total cover for magical detection.
Yeah.
Okay. To clarify, that is not a general rule. The spells that applies to specify that.
Okay, so divine sense could be stopped by a sheet of paper.
Not a single sheet of paper, unless something is completely contained, like the sheet of paper is wrapped all the way around it, and you
Right.
have total cover from it. Generally speaking, it takes something like encasing it in a block of lead, being inside completely inside of a building that is totally out of your line of sight, that type of thing.
Mm-hmm. All right, yeah, I guess we gotta build a fire and melt the lead.
I mean, lead's got a not crazy high temp, but
It's about 600 degrees Fahrenheit.
yeah.
Thinking about magically melting it? Do you have prestidigitation?
No. I was gonna try to run a current through it.
Oh yeah, you could electrify it. I mean, that's essentially how we solder things nowadays.
I mean, do you guys want me to do it that way?
It'd probably be faster.
Alrighty. Under?
Yes.
I am going to electrically charge this lead.
Okay, so I assume you're using Shocking Grasp to do a decent amount of electric current through it.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and just roll damage once for it. We're going to use this damage roll to figure out how long it takes you.
Alrighty.
Watch him use his cleric ability to just max damage it.
That's a single instance.
Yeah, I know.
So it'd be the equivalent of turning like your arc welder on a maximum and then turning it down immediately after.
You just hook this lead block up to a
I am
power battery.
apparently leaning on the conservative end of electrical current.
Mhm.
Don't-
You don't want to damage the arc reactor.
Yeah, I don't want to, I'm trying not to melt the lead and, burn myself
Yeah.
with molten lead.
So 2 hours pass as you're electrifying this block of lead. Night is starting to fall. And as the sun gets low on the horizon, you guys can see that the lead is melting. Like, it is softening. The embossed is not really readable anymore. But you think you've got maybe another hour or so ahead of you of this, Lucina.
If it's softened enough, could I offer to use the carpenter tools to, chisel a line down the middle, essentially? If it's soft enough, it'll peel like butter, whereas trying to chisel cold lead, it would take longer. Obviously, I'm not sticking my hands in there with you going shaky, all right?
Does somebody have a crowbar? Maybe we could just sort of poke it with that and try to pry it apart while it's softer.
That's essentially what the carpenter's tools would be equating to.
I could also just try using booming blade and splitting it down the middle.
You
That
wanna try that? Go ahead.
sounds like a good idea on paper, but once you say it out loud, it's like, booming blade on unknown object that could, go nuclear. if you-
No, it has to willingly move 5 feet for it to affect. Never mind.
I think I'm just going to wait for Lucina to stop electrocuting and let me get in there with the carpenter's tools and just
Cool.
chisel a line down the
Yeah.
middle.
I think the reason I said that is because it's going to hit the end of the adventuring day if we keep doing this.
Precisely.
Yes. That's why I'm looking for a faster alternative.
I am going to hit the restroom really quick because I've been drinking too much water. Do as you will.
But am I correct under that the lead would yield better to the chisels now that it's warmed?
I mean, you think it would be easier going with the chisels than versus when it was cold, yes.
Do you want to try that now?
We'll wait for Lucina to get back. I'm also going to step away, but I have my headset on. So you could describe that, or you want me to roll for that still, or?
No, you don't need to make a roll. It is a pretty simple process. As you start,
Okay.
If you've ever seen someone cut like sodium metal,
Yep.
It starts behaving like that as you're just kind of chiseling through this heavily softened lead.
I hope it ain't raining. You said it behaves like sodium.
In terms of softness.
Yeah, I know.
And as you're peeling away this lead chunk by chunk, you begin to expose what appears to be bright green glass plates with writing etched on them.
All right. Well, then I will be very careful around those. Basically, as soon as I hit something other than lead, I'm gonna immediately start working, surface area around it and not going into it anymore.
Can we see
As
through
best
the
I can.
glass?
Say again?
Can we see through the glass? Is there anything on the other side?
Well, it's more like it's glass plates, multiple glass plates that have writing etched on them.
So, no, we can't see through the glass?
You can partially see through it. They're translucent because the text area is opaque and then the glass is transparent.
Okay.
What's the time scale on Divine Sense? I'm assuming if 2 hours have passed for him to heat this, then that's probably turned off now.
Yeah.
So, we'll Divine Sense again on the glass.
Okay.
Well, not on the glass, it's just Divine Sense. It doesn't.
Yeah,
plug in it.
you do Divine Sense. You don't pick up anything.
Okay, well, the glass isn't evil.
That's good.
But so what's
As
behind
I'm-
the glass?
There's
More
nothing
glass.
behind the glass. There's a set of 3 glass plates, and the rest, and it looks like that is what was contained inside this lead brick.
Oh, so there's more lead behind it.
Yes, there's more lead behind it. The bottom
Okay.
part of the lead.
Sorry, I just got back. 3 glass plates and what about lead?
So we get
Blood
to the,
contains a bunch of glass plates that has writing on it.
yeah. I think
We're
we would
working them out now.
Yeah, we would get the glass plates out and read them.
Okay.
Yeah, so if I've established that they're glass plates, I'd like work on to like one of the edges and then cut basically as much lead off the top so we could basically try pulling the glass plates out with enough lead peel out of the way that it would loosen. And Gilbert, there was no divine sense trigger from the glass plates. Pete popped another one.
So, do any of you read Celestial?
I read its counterpart. I read Abyssal and Infernal.
Okay. Because these
Check
plates are
it.
written in Celestial.
I do not.
They are also obviously magical.
Fun.
Hmm. Okay, I have a solution to that.
Encase them in lead.
I attune to it.
Okay.
Once we fully removed the plates, do you want to start heading back to the... Oh, well, that wouldn't take a whole hour, would it?
It would take 29 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And 59 seconds.
And 59 seconds, yeah.
Do you want to start attuning to it? And we can... Yeah, well, I mean, how long do we have until the end of the adventuring day?
Negative 10 minutes. The day ended 10 minutes ago.
Ah, okay. So we should probably all make saves then.
No. You have like another 50 minutes before I'll make you make the save.
Oh, okay. Well, do you want to take them back to the castle and attune to them overnight?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think that's the safest route. I think we should hide them in your bag. Could I make some thin sheets of lead, since it's warmed, that are about the size of the glass? So the glass plates are the size of this coffer? Or were they smaller and just in the middle? How big are these things?
The glass plates are about 6 inches wide by 7 inches tall. The box was 8 inches by 8 inches by 8 inches.
Oh, wait, holy shit, okay. I was misunderstanding the size of
It
this
was 8
box.
inches by... Oh, I think you originally called it a casket. I assumed it was the size of a medium humanoid's coffin.
Yeah, I was thinking coffin-sized as well.
Yeah, this whole time I was imagining, like, two of us having to shoulder carry this thing everywhere.
No, I mean, it took 2 people to carry it in general because it was just full of fucking lead. It weighs a ton.
Right.
You know, it did weigh like 400 pounds.
Okay, so it was more like... Yeah.
So they're 6 inches by 7 inches. I could make thin lead sheets to encase them in with the warmed lead that's here. I could chisel, crude sheets of lead.
It would take some time, but yes, you could. Man, you could, with the warm lead, pound them out into sheets.
I don't know if lead is the right way to go.
I'm thinking for just anybody inside the fortress detecting them on our approach. Don't want an
it'll be fine.
obviously magical item being carried back into if anybody has detect magic going.
It'll be fine.
All right, we'll go. No lead sheets then.
Okay,
Just
to be clear, you're just leaving that lead coffer there. The casket there.
Out in the woods. It's just lead.
Yeah. I'm just asking. Like, are you taking it with you, or are you not? What?
Well, we should probably take the pieces of stone, or the ones that aren't. Well, yeah, we should take all the stone because it hadn't.
Yeah, we'll take one of the stone plates. We only need one for the engraving because they were all the same, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then yeah, just dig a shallow grave, bury the rest, and bring one solid stone plate back. That shouldn't take too long to dig a shallow grave for that small of an object.
I've heard of burying the lead, never burying the lead though.
It's an idea as good as a lead balloon. I love it.
Do we think that these glass plates could like break, or is that not something that happens to magical objects like this?
You would generally know that magical objects seem to be supernaturally resilient.
Okay, so if I were to drop all of these on the floor, I wouldn't expect them to just shatter.
You would not expect them to shatter, no.
Okay, I don't think we need to bother.
How thick are
making,
they?
like
What's also interesting about this is that glass's melting point is like 3 times the melting point of lead.
Isn't glass already a liquid?
No, it's an amorphous
Technically.
solid.
How thick are they? You said 6
Quarter
by
inch.
7. Quarter inch?
And how many are there?
There are 3, double-sided with acid-etched lettering on them.
You said they were green, right?
Yes, they are a bright green, like a lime green color.
Liquid crystal wafers.
Almost like as if they're glowing slightly in the dark.
LEDs. No, sorry, not LEDs. Yeah,
Uranium glass?
No, like our screens.
I was making a Trinitite joke, but yeah.
Oh, I was thinking over just some 40k shit.
All right,
Well-
so we start heading back before we start taking exhaustion, so we should make it back just fine.
Yeah, on the way back, I would like to ritual cast Detect Magic.
Yes, these are magical.
Do they have a school?
No, they do not.
Okay.
I
Sure.
love no school.
Hmm. Well, then I think we would go back to the castle and ask to stay the night. Although we were,
Oh, we were
were
given
invited to, so we would ask to be given quarters somewhere.
Yeah, they direct you to the guest quarters.
Yeah, we would stay
Basically,
there.
you're like next door to where Freeman is.
Perfect. And then I think Lucina was going to blind attune to one of these.
Yes. Yes, I am. Because if there's one trait every character I have has in common, it is a complete disregard for their own safety.
They're separate objects, so I think I will take one and blind attune to it as well.
Okay. So, as you guys go to sleep, a couple of you stay up for an extra hour, blind attuning to these plates. And as you guys kind of work with the plates, you realize that the 3 plates are actually one magical item. It's just it exists as 3 separate plates.
Okay, if more than one of us are attempting to attune to it at once, I will cede my attunement to Lucina, if that's a thing that I can do.
So this is also an item that doesn't require attunement.
Okay.
What you are able to determine, both of you are able to determine, kind of playing with this, is that this is some type of magical codex that, if you were to study and understand it, would likely impart some type of magical effect onto you. Unfortunately, without the ability to read Celestial, you don't actually know what it will do. But you get the feeling that this is essentially like a codex put onto 6 pages. Double-sided 3 plates. And that reading it would have some type of effect, if you could read it.
Alrighty. I'll slot this into the inventory. Underdark, what should I title this as?
The Unearthly Apocrypha of Prodi.
Oh yeah, duh.
So I've got an idea. We can't read the plates, but what if we put them into a hat, right? And yeah, undergot it.
They're not golden, though.
No, they're not golden. But hey, they were written by an angel.
I mean, there's no top hat available, but there is a chamber pot you could use.
No, we'll have to find a gnome's hat.
Funny, you know where
Well, you guys-
might be able to find one.
You guys do know a gnome.
Well, no, we don't.
You
We know
never,
someone
t-
who looks like a gnome.
yeah, you never take a gnome's hat.
Well, he's not a gnome, so we can take it.
I wouldn't take that risk.
Anyway,
Once you get a hat, you never go back.
and I was actually going to fucking ask about languages too, because I have Abyssal and Infernal, but I was like, which one of those is more prevalent? Because I really want to grab Celestial too, but I didn't ask. I never changed my sheet. Because I don't remember the difference between Abyssal and Infernal. I just know those are both the demon and devil languages, but I don't remember which one's which. Beside the point.
All right, but yeah, eventually the night passes. It is uneventful, and you guys get a long rest in.
Well, in the morning, I will report our findings to the Knight Commander and ask if she knows anybody who might be able to read these.
Well, you can ask if the, we have a local chaplain you can ask. He might read it.
Yeah, I would go to the local chaplain. I'm assuming this is a chaplain of the mask.
Are we sure?
What? They're not. I mean, they're not.
What's wrong with Celestials?
No. I mean, this is a potent magical item we found in a lead box from pre-fall times, with a kind of potent name.
What, the Unearthly Apocrypha of Prati?
Yeah,
But it was written by a Celestial.
right. That's not my concern. It's not that I distrust the item.
Wait, do you know what he is? Have you heard of Prati?
No, I mean the Unearthly Apocrypha of Prati. Kind of a potent name, like
I know,
for
but
an item.
I'm saying, does your character know what Prati is?
Ah, fuck it, why not? Was that history under religion?
No, you would not know what Prati is.
All right, yeah, I don't know what Prati is.
I
But the
can read it if it's got
unearthly-
writing on it.
But you can.
How does that work?
But can read Celestial. Yes.
Oh,
Why
Yeah,
did
really?
you speak up
Holy
earlier?
fuck! Mister, pay attention.
I'm sorry. Is it
We had
bad
a
that you
whole
can-
long
He
rest.
speaks like 8 languages, man. The robot speaks.
Dude,
like
that'd be
he's a
good to
droid.
know. Here, read
A
the
lot of languages.
read the Unearthly Apocrypha of Prati.
of course I can. It's like a second language to me.
Okay. I mean, okay, I'll read it. What's it say under?
It says I prepared. No, I'm just.
I was waiting for that.
Fuck you, Under.
Yeah.
Oh, the
So
biggest setup in the
pissed.
world.
So pissed
Pages of
because
explosive
all
runes.
of y'all jumped on me for not paying attention, and in the moment I pay attention, I get blowed up. I'd be so
It's an upscaled version of prepared explosive runes. It calls down Comet on that position.
So, yeah, as you're reading through the plates, it looks like this is some type of military fable / treatise on the need for rapidity in military actions. And you begin to understand, after spending about an hour reading this, that if you were to spend about 40 hours over a minimum of 5 days, this tome would impart a permanent +1 bonus to your initiative checks.
Interesting. Could we do that as part of a long rest?
It depends. This is not really restful. This is like studying it for those 40 hours. So you'd have to spend some downtime to do so.
Yep, I was just gonna say downtime.
than one person do it.
Yeah.
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is start taking rubbings of the. Well, actually, if If HK can read them, I would like to begin transcribing them into common. Or maybe he could do it.
As well.
Sure, yeah, it's a fairly simple, straightforward fable. It's only 6 pages long. And it's about this military commander named Prati and how she fought a war against demons and how, because of their resilient nature, and the fact they outnumbered her about 7-1, she had to use a lot of tactics and picking her targets and fights very carefully in order to overcome them. The proverbial float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, if you will.
Slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
No. Going slow means you're dead. That's kind of the point of this.
No, it's a firearms training thing.
I know.
So we just skipped over the slow part and the smooth part, and we went with the fast part because fast part hurts.
Yes.
So I cut out on part of that. I heard attune for study it for 8 hours, but I didn't hear the time span to do so.
So it requires 40 hours of study over a minimum of 5 days.
Wouldn't it also require the ability to read Celestial?
It does require. I mean, you have to study it, so yes, it would require you to read it.
Unless we
So-
transcribe it.
But then you'd be studying your transcription, which is not magical.
Word for word
Yeah.
in common.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah,
gotta
right.
use the magic item for that.
Can we study it if we can't read it? If we have somebody who can read it? Like, can we have a
Or oral
can we have, like,
storytelling.
a-
Read it,
It-
read
I was
would-
gonna say, can we have a bar mitzvah where HK reads to us from the Torah, and we all take notes?
You think that it would
Bonus.
require a check, but you think such a thing might be possible.
Pass it if it's an intelligence check.
Does
Well,
it
it's
appear to be a
not a
limited
check
item?
for the person
Okay.
reading it. They've got it right in front of them. In order for the others to be able to understand it without having the text in front of them that they understand it to get the magical effect, they would have to make a check.
Is there anything or understanding wise of the limit of how much this thing can provide?
Unclear. You think that just fiddling with it isn't going to get you that kind of detailed information. You need something like Legend Lore or Identify to know those kind of details.
Okay.
If only I had
Speaking of,
Octavius.
hold on. Let me look at my spell list. I think I might know Identify.
Well, I mean, you
I
knew
got to add a
Celestial.
bonus spell or something.
I mean, it seems like the person we should have read this
Let me
is.
look. I'm going down. I'm scrolling. Shit.
That's not what I'm saying, mister. I'm saying you're the most, like, obvious choice for reading this.
And it was a time span of 40 hours over a minimum of 5 days. So you could read 2 hours a day.
Yeah.
I'm guessing in
I
order to
can't
get this,
As a ritual too. So yes, I'm going to do that.
Do you have the pearl?
If we have, I would have the spell components for a spell for one time. So if I don't have it one time, I only get it one time. So if I do this again, I can until we go to a town and I can buy another one.
The pearl isn't consumed. It just you have to have it.
Oh. Oh well, then yeah, I would have one because I would get the artifacts for.
The 100 gold
I
piece
mean, the spell
pearl.
components for
You
releasing.
have one of those.
Let me see. I believe I do.
You have 100
Spell
gold
components, and I
piece
have enough
pearl,
money to
the
buy-
DM says
I would have
skeptically.
bought one.
I don't have. I would like one.
I probably. Let me see. I got. No.
You have one inventory.
No, I don't have one.
Come on.
Well, I mean, I don't write my spell components on my inventory sheet. You know.
That's a gold cost spell component. That's an item you should have.
Or not have.
As
I
is
don't
your
know.
want.
I just
That's
assume that
something
every
that
time I go
should
into
be in your
town
inventory.
I just assume that every time I go into town, I buy the spell components to cast every spell once, and that's it.
Okay.
If it's a
You can
combat
make that
spell.
assumption, but if you don't tell me that, I don't know it.
All right, I'm sorry. Okay. Well, then I don't have a pearl then, so I can't cast Identify.
We can wait.
We
It's not like
we
the glass
know,
plates are going to go anywhere.
we know what it is, though.
I don't have a.
No,
Yeah,
seriously,
I mean,
why are we casting Identify on it? We know what it is.
Know the extent of what it's
Yeah, it
capable
says
of.
it
If you can use it on multiple people, or if it's a one-time use item.
I mean, it's probably one-time use.
All right. I pick up one of the plates and I hold it in front of me with both hands and begin like swinging my arms and jerking back and forth, trying to understand this thing. Can I feel the bar going down inside my head?
Wouldn't it be going up?
Oh yeah, it would be going up.
You're charging your initiative up.
No, I'm talking barotrauma. I'm holding the book in front of me and I'm swinging my arms and jerking back and forth.
I got it.
Right, which is why I'm laughing, but
Yeah.
it doesn't work that way.
Ah.
Glass
So,
plate slips out of your hands, goes flying through the window.
On to town then.
All right. Does anybody have any plans for what we're going to do, or we're just going to try to sneak into the
Who's
city?
gonna hang on to this thing?
From the information that you've given me, I think we should try getting a hold of this Flynn guy. He seems like a useful possible ally.
I don't know if we should work with him. He's a demon.
That's the paladin you talking. Shut up.
And I mean, yeah, but you don't get a vote in this. We're thinking who can help us complete our tasks. He can. He might be a little eccentric, but we can deal with that after he helps us.
Okay, well, I should not meet with him then.
That is probably a good thing.
I'll bring you along.
He
Let's
asked for
put you
you
in the
by
back.
name.
No, I'm not going to go.
I mean, unless he asked for you by name because he wants an apology because you struck him the last time we were together.
I mean, he let me live, which
I mean,
guess
he is a
means
mob boss. He might want an apology, you know. He's a mob boss.
No, mob boss, like that mentality of mob boss, like what we've been calling him, would be eye for eye. So if he
Yeah.
was upset with Venison for attacking him as a paladin, and he was clearly, showing signs of being in demonic allegiance, Flynn's not gonna have any hard feelings towards Venison. Hence, he left Venison alive, or
Yeah.
up to fate.
Still, I don't want to work with him, and also I don't want to be in front of him after he let me live. 'Cause that seems like the kind of thing you don't do.
Well, in all reality, he just left you lay. He didn't choose whether you lived or died. He left it up to fate.
Yeah, and I'm saying it would be tempting fate to go back in there.
Well, that's fine. But, yeah, I'd say talking to this Flynn guy might be a good idea. Just maybe not with Triggerfinger over here.
Agreed.
So how far of a walk is this back to Lushingworth?
2 days, you have to make camp in the middle.
All right.
Got to sneak out there and
What are we sneaking for?
No, sorry, it's 1 day. My bad.
well,
I was thinking with all the extra distance from before.
Oh, right, because they went out and around a bunch.
I still think
isn't
we should do that.
Lushingworth?
Hold up. What, Pete?
I still think we should do that. I think we should go around and sneak back into the city.
Agreed. We should sneak in.
they?
Like we need to keep our presence as concealed as we can.
Yeah,
Well-
yeah, I agree. I agree.
Nobody knows me.
They all know us.
Yeah, why don't you go meet with him and to see what he knows?
I'm down for that.
Should we send him by himself though?
Yeah, because he'll know the rest of us.
Yeah, true.
He's made visual acquaintance with all of the party members. I'm the only one that he does not know because, well, the one that he does know died. And that is no longer me.
Yeah. I got that part. All right then.
So, would you guys try to get into the city with me, or would you camp outside the city and wait for me to come back? I think you should come in, just take up residence somewhere else.
I think we should go into the sewers.
Yeah, I think we should camp outside the city while you go talk to him, then you can leave, and then we can sneak back into the city through the sewers and go deal with the Viscount.
Wait, why don't we just sneak into the sewers while he does that?
Well, because we want to help the Viscount as well.
Cool.
I won't know where you
What?
guys are in the sewers.
Yeah, just meet us here. Pulls out map, points at that grate that we've been using. The one by the
so
docks.
you're just gonna hang out at the entrance of the sewers?
Yeah, why not?
No, I don't want there to be a chance to, like, run into something down there. When we could have his help, but not have it.
You don't wanna risk another alleyway encounter?
Gilbert, what's that out of character? Haven't you been saying that we shouldn't split the party, and here you are saying we should split the party?
He's just all Pete's saying is just to have you guys wait outside the city for my return from trying to contact Flynn.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying like split the party in the we go adventuring kind of. I'm saying like make economic use of the time, and while he goes and normally we begin our infiltration.
That's what I'm saying. I think if we begin our infiltration, there's a chance that we run into something in the sewer.
Fair enough.
I think you guys waiting outside the city is just fine because it's going to take us a full day to get there, and I think we should camp outside the city, like do our long rest, either in the slums if we can find a room there, or in the woods outside the city. And then early morning the next day, I try making contact with Flynn. That'll take me 4 or 5 hours probably. So midday, I'll get back to you guys, and then we can go to the sewers and still have half a day of adventuring.
Yeah,
It makes sense.
I vote woods.
Camp in the woods.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty good. Yeah.
I am a mastermind. So I think that is the objective, Underdark.
All
I
right.
think we're going to go do our day of walking and then stay outside the city and spend the night.
Okay, yeah. So you spend the day on the road. It's a bright, sunny day. Bit chilly, but not unpleasant.
I don't like it.
Too bad.
I'm a dwarf. I don't like the sun.
But yeah, you can see the walls of Lushingworth kind of rising up before you as you walk down the road. The farmland all around you, people out in the fields. Looks like they're planting or tending to crops, depending on which crop they're dealing with.
Find a little grove or something to camp. To avoid drawing attention to ourselves. Oh, by the way, does somebody want to put 4 rations in their inventory from my inventory so that I'm not overweight? I asked that earlier, but I got overlooked. Somebody take 4 rations. They're yours. Have them.
All right, I take 4 rations.
There you go. You have 4 rations. I am no longer fat.
So, one thing you notice is that there aren't really any woods next to Lushingworth. It's pretty much all grass and farmland.
Okay.
But I guess we're hiding out somewhere in the brush.
If it's farm, there's probably not a lot of brush either. Let's just see if we can find a commoner to let us stay in their barn.
Okay, yeah. So
No, it looks like if we go north of the city, there's that river there.
yep, there is a river.
And I'm not seeing any food in there, so it might be easier to hide that way.
Yeah, I
mean-
mean there are some like brushes and stuff that grow by the river and things like that.
Okay. That shouldn't cost us too much extra time if that was our intended goal.
Yeah,
No, it
actually,
would not-
Knowing that about the farmland.
It would not cost you
If
any
we-
extra
yeah.
time.
If we want to save time, what we could do is we could go around to the side where we're going to stay in through the harbor, and like wait there, and then he can come out on the road southwest and meet us that way.
Oh, I
That's
see what you're
what-
saying.
that's what we can do
You guys
during
would
the-
rotate around the city while I'm going into
Yes.
it.
And then
Okay.
we'll arrange to meet down there.
Yeah, that could easily be discussed. But yeah, for finding camp, I was asking Under if it cost us any more time for our day march to get to that brushy area to be able to make camp and not have
No.
eyes see us.
No, but that's not. That would be going towards the river. Going to the southwest is actually like the plowed fields and all of that.
Yeah, they're gonna do that during the day after our long rest. They're gonna rotate down there to meet us, or meet myself at the harbor where that grate we know about is.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. There's plowed fields, but I bet we could find some shelter near the ocean.
Oh, you're saying to camp down there?
Well, we would wait.
I'd say
I
you
don't
guys
know
would
if
have probably a half a day to rotate around the city. So camping the brush is probably the safest option, and you guys would just walk around the city, in the morning.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then we'll do that.
Yeah. So you guys make your camp on the Warden's Path. It's fine. It's a well-traveled area. There's not any bandits or, frankly, harmful wildlife in the area. The farms kind of keep that down.
No wild dogs?
Not really. No. Turns out
Nothing wrong with that.
farmers don't like wild dogs roaming around killing their farm animals. They tend to make sure that those wild dogs don't stay living.
All right.
And yeah, so you guys camp there, no problem. The next day comes. From what it sounds like, Fremont is heading into Lushingworth itself, and the three of you are making your way to the southwest edge. Yeah? Like looping around outside the city. If I understand what you were saying correctly.
That is correct.
Okay. So, basically moving around through the farms, like, people, like, notice you, but they don't really care. People walk through this area all the time. Fremont, as you approach the, since you approach in the morning with the light and everything, the gates are open. There's guards posted, but they just seem to be standing there keeping guard. They're not actively interfering with travel in and or out. You kind of walk in with some of the farmers bringing in some of the morning crops and things like that to the markets.
Yeah, I'll even offer a hand to them just to blend in the crowd even more.
It's easy enough to do. One of them just basically has you guide the mule through some of the tighter blind turns so that you avoid crashing their cart into somebody.
All right, and then while I'm, engaging with them, I'd like to pick up the accent as well if I can to blend in even better.
Sure.
Only takes a minute.
Yeah, it's a slightly Germanic accent, but not overly hard to read.
Oh yeah, welcome to Washington.
You need to enunciate to use more.
This is Lushingworth.
Oh yeah,
Alright.
there are so many changeling sounds over there by the docks. It's been a while since I've spoken German. A little rusty.
No, I'm looking for my map of Lushingworth. Fuck did I put that?
So are you guys making? So sorry, not you guys. So Freeman, where are you headed in the city?
I'm assuming they would have told me about the Blossom and all that, so I think I would head there first, even though from Venison's last description, it sounds like they were bailing out of that location. But it'd give me a place to start. If anything, if I could communicate in Thieves' Cant with a couple people, if I made it all the way to the market with the farmers, to see if they might know where the head honcho of the neighborhood is. Just pinging out in Thieves' Cant randomly to people, basically.
Sure. Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
That's just a 1 for me. Get all the bad rolls out early.
Yeah, one of the this person you're talking to kind of starts a bit when you say that, and she's a halfling. She just kind of sneers at you and just walks away.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll tail her for a little bit and see if anything interesting results of that. If not, then 20 minutes to see if she goes somewhere special. If not, then I'll peel off and head for the Blossom.
Okay. Are you trying to remain hidden from her?
In a crowd with a dwarf?
Let me put it this
Sure.
way. Are you trying to blend in and not be noticed that you are following her?
Yeah.
Then please make a stealth check.
Slightly better.
Suppose I should look up what her passive perception is.
Oh, she has a staff lock, eh?
Mm-hmm. All right, yeah, and you tail her for about 20 minutes or so, and you see her talking to a much taller than her figure at an entrance to an alleyway. This tall figure looks to be dressed with like a dull green cloak, and the hood's drawn up over their head.
Seem to be guarding this alleyway in particular.
What's your background?
Faction. Faction agent.
This looks more like a meeting than guarding.
Okay. Well, what's the range on that? I can see them. Are they speaking a language I can understand? Thieves' Cant, Gnomish, Abyssal, Infernal, Dwarvish, Elvish, and Common.
Yeah, they're speaking common in low voices. You can read lips.
I can read lips. I'm observant.
Okay, great. Yeah, this person that you had this half
Just
that
see
you
how the
had
full
followed.
word says.
Yeah, this half that you had followed looks to be talking to this person in the alley, basically giving them what looks to be a description of yourself and something about troublemaker.
Ah, I've made friends already. Well,
you can't actually see the face of the person, and the cowl over their head kind of blocks that vision.
Yep.
And then the halfling woman then nods, and you, reading her lips, you can see her say, "Well, I will see you later, Malt." And she turns, yes, with an E. And then she turns and starts walking back towards the market.
I had to do the Starbucks thing. All right, then I'll just continue blending, and Then these two, or you said, I'm sorry, did you say it was one or two guys that she met?
Just one.
Just one?
Yeah, and he kind of turns to go back into the alley, while she turns and walks down the street away from him.
All right. Then I will wait a little bit for the guy to get further down the alley, and then see if I can get a brush pass on the, or not a brush pass, sorry. A glancing pass on the alley. Basically, walk perpendicular down to it and look down it.
Okay, yeah, you wait a moment, you go and walk perpendicularly down it. It looks to be a long, thin alley, and off in the distance you can see this robed figure sort of walking slowly down the alley away from the street.
All right.
More of like a saunter without any real haste in their motions.
Okay. Then I'd like to head to the market real quick. Knowing, roughly where this alley is. Keeping that in mind. I just have to look something up. Because I didn't buy one, so I need to buy one if I want to do stupid shit. Be under kit, won't it? Oh wait, no, that's on a different page, ain't it? Yep. It's not a basic item. There we go. Well, I can't afford one. Never mind. I need to pick up the Disguise kit. 25 gold. I have 10. So then I guess I'll go back to that alley and see if there's anybody there still.
You go back to that alley. Make a perception check.
I beat my own passive.
Yeah. So there's, as you walk to that alley, there is nothing, no one in the alley, but you do notice some marks on the brick near the entrance to the alley. Thieves' Cant. That basically looks to be sort of like a schedule. Essentially, it is saying it like every other hour. It just lists it off.
So every 2 hours is a contact here.
Doesn't say that. It's just basically a list of times.
Okay. Are those times regulated to a clock? So it's a list, that says 2 a.m., 4 a.m., 6 a.m., or is it just every 2 hours?
It's a half-hour block every 2 hours. Like it's a 2-hour space, half hour, 2-hour space, half hour, 2-hour space. So it's shifting.
Okay. So when she came here and I seen Malt,
that would have been in the previous half-hour block. You're currently in the 2-hour block, but after that.
Okay. So from this market area where I am now to where the Blossom is, how long of a walk is that?
It's about an hour walk.
So I could get there and back here and still be able to make that half-hour schedule?
Assuming you do nothing else, yes. Like literally you walk there, and then as soon as you get there, you turn around and walk back, then that would take 2 hours.
So I don't even have time to poke my head in the door?
Well, if I'm just telling you how long that takes, and there's a half-hour window you're trying to hit. It's up to you what you do there. I'm just trying to give you the parameters to work in.
Can I walk at a brisk pace? Like 45 minutes if I can make it in an hour on a normal pace? Can I walk at a brisk pace?
Yeah, you can move at a fast pace.
Well, I want to be in between fast and because fast is essentially double pace, right?
No, it's not. It's about one.
Okay.
It's about 1.5x.
Okay, then yeah, that's what I would like to shoot for.
Okay.
Which loses some of my passive, I know that.
Yep. Speaking of, what is your passive? Normally.
20.
Okay. But yeah, the hour passes uneventfully. You don't notice anyone following you. And you arrive at the door that people described as the Blossom. You see this...
But it didn't take me an hour.
Or, yeah, I'm sorry, it takes 45 minutes. My bad. We just discussed this and I immediately forgot it.
No, it's alright. That's why I'm like, wait a minute, it took me an hour still? Man, I walked fast for nothing. I got lost.
No, this is a case of me thinking ahead about what's going on and then not accounting for things
Yep.
you said after that.
Yep, nope. You're keeping track of the time schedule in your head.
Yeah, so the 45 minutes pass. You arrive to where they told you the Blossom is. There's this, plain-looking building, a bright, like a deep, like shiny blue door. It looks like it's freshly painted. And in front of
This
it,
would be still relatively early morning.
yes, relatively early morning. And in front of it, you just see a half-orc just kind of leaning up against a railing, smoking a pipe.
All right. Yeah, I'll kick down the door. I mean, poke my head in the door.
All right, yeah, you go up to the door, and poke your head in. Well, you try to anyway. The door is locked. When you kind of rattle the door, you hear the half-orc just kind of chuckle as this. I'm afraid they're closed for renovations for a bit.
Oh, renovations, you say? Too fun of a night they had, maybe.
Well, I wouldn't know anything about that.
Well, if I give you some silver and I come back this way, you let me know if anybody comes and goes?
Memory's not too
Yes.
good for things like that. That's why they don't usually mind me hanging out. Hard to get
Well,
in trouble
let's-
if you don't remember people's faces.
Well, a couple gold pieces jog your memory better. That I'm giving you right now.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Do I get advantage for jingling my coin purse?
Yes.
Is guy by any chance a Goliath?
No, he's a half-orc.
Okay, so a different guy from my rival.
Yes, a different guy than your rival.
I was really hoping it would be the Goliath because that would be too funny. I'm making an ally out of your rival.
Yeah, he takes a coin. Says, well, how much are you giving him?
2 gold.
2 gold. He says, yeah, well, I can tell you this much. There was a gnome and a Goliath that had been walking in and out. They seemed rather worried about something.
And last time you seen them, was it the in or the out?
The out, I'm afraid.
Nah, that works for me. All right. I thank him for his time. Tip my hat. By the way, I'm wearing a fedora.
Of course you are.
Dwarf with a
God.
fedora. Dwarf with a fedora.
Fedora tipping motherfucker.
Yeah, he
Okay,
kind
so
of
that's
he
it.
kind of like salutes you with the pipe. Like pulls it out of his teeth and tips it towards you a bit.
All right. Then I will walk back at a normal pace.
Okay.
So I should still have about 5 minutes to hit that window.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and you walk back. And as you're walking back, about 2/3 of the way there, you notice this Goliath seems to be following you.
All right. I'll keep it in mind, but I won't adjust anything.
So I'm sorry, are you going back to the market or back to where that alley where you saw the...
Back to that alley.
Okay.
Back to the meeting point. Where that time schedule is written on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a lot of bribe money, though, so... Hopefully I get some good persuasion rolls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you approach the alley. Down in the alley, you can see kind of leaning up against the wall this robed and hooded figure. The Goliath had been staying, like, about a block or so back, just kind of following you. But you noticed him. His stealth roll wasn't great.
Well, not so much a stealth roll wasn't great. My passive is just annoying.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Uh-huh.
I'm an observant motherfucker. All right, so then I'll approach and based on his gesture and the fact that I'm gonna lean into observant a little bit. Can I make out that it might be the same person based on their posture, etc.?
Yes, you can tell that it is
Malt.
It's Malt or someone with a very similar stature to him.
Okay. Then I'll just approach him.
Mm-hmm.
And like greeting an old acquaintance or old friend, be like, "Malt, I've been looking for you."
And you hear this rasping, almost sibilant voice kind of come from him. Funny. I don't know you, or why you would be looking for me.
Well, I'm not really looking for you. I'm looking for somebody you might be able to get me in touch with. But I know that you're the guy that might get something like that done.
He just stands there.
Well, I've been sent by friends of Finn in hopes to get some information from him for something they were working on for him. But I haven't had much luck finding him. I am new to the city and all, so haven't got my bearings, so to speak.
Oh, so you're a friend of Finn's, huh? Flynn's.
That is Flynn? I have Finn on my sheet. That's my bad.
It might be. Shit. It's Finn, yeah. Fynn.
I like Flynn better.
But then I'd have to make him a knoll.
Oh, good point.
But haha, it's a Monster Manual joke.
Anyway. So yeah, he says, so you're a friend of Finn.
Well, per se.
Please do.
I know him. He does not know me, but I believe he could help me. And I think I could help him. Certain goings on in the city not being favorable to him and all.
Are you claiming responsibility for that?
No, quite the contrary. I'm offering my aid for his aid with something I'm working on my own.
Then you might be better served talk. You. As he points a hand past you, as you realize that Goliath has now at the entrance to this alleyway. And apparently the person in the cloak recognizes him. As the Goliath, sneers down there and says, "Oh, you guys. Well, I know how to deal with you. And he begins running down the alley, pulling out a mace. As the man in the cloak draws a short sword.
New theory.
You guys should roll initiative. Well,
This
Freeman should roll initiative.
new theory, guys. This Goliath is actually a private investigator, and we fucked up his investigation.
He's actually like the head what would be like a magistrate, like the head police officer.
The Goliath's the real protagonist of this whole story. Ever since I used command on him, we've blown his cover and screwed up his investigation.
We gotta go.
All right, so Freeman, what do you do? You're between these two people who are apparently going to attack each other.
I'm going to get out of the way, but I'm also going to, if I can, aid the cloaked figure, not the Goliath. So first thing first, I'm going to get out of the way and then bonus action to help the cloaked figure.
Okay, how are you helping him?
Master of Tactics.
I'm just unfamiliar with what that does.
So basically, I'm making him my ally because it requires he be my ally. But I can use the help action as a bonus action, essentially causing a distraction, etc., to give them advantage.
Ah, I see.
And I can do it from 30 feet away because I'm Master of Tactics.
Neat. Okay, yes, you start, distracting the Goliath. Anything else on your turn?
Actually, yeah, as an action, so does appear the cloaked figure, or I suppose we know his name, Malt. Is Malt moving to engage with the Goliath, or is he standing his ground? He's moving. Okay.
It's not his turn, but yes, you saw him draw his sword and making ready to move.
Okay. Then I would like to throw a bag of ball bearings as far as I can towards the Goliath.
Okay.
Not trying to hit the Goliath, but using the bag to essentially, as a Caltrops bomb, essentially. If that makes sense. Like loosening the drawstring and chucking it into the middle of the alley as far as I can, so that would create difficult terrain, at least on the Goliath side of the walk.
Yeah, you can do so.
All right. So ball bearings go everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. The cloaked figure will not step around you, but kind of step beside you so that, with you on one side of the alley and him on the other, in terms of like left, right, there'd be no way past them. And he just kind of stands there with his sword held low. The Goliath is going to charge forward.
Oh, I'd have drawn my dagger too, I guess, but that's kind of easy.
The Goliath face plants on your ball bearings.
I love ball bearings.
Yeah, he then, in a rage, stands back up and then has to take the dash action to actually reach you. The guy in the cloak had a held action to attack when the guy came in range.
And he gets advantage. I'm a distracting motherfucker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he hits the Goliath. Let's see here.
I just realized we might kill Gilbert's nemesis here.
The Goliath taking 15 piercing damage. The Goliath not looking happy about that. But it's the end of the Goliath's turn. What do you do?
I'll throw an oil flask in his face.
The Goliath?
Yes.
Okay. You throw an oil flask in his face. Roll a hit.
What would that be? That'd be improvised or unarmed?
Improvised dexterity.
Oh, so just flat dex.
Yeah.
Okay.
That hits. I believe it just splashes him with flammable oil.
Yep. So now he's covered in oil.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then I would also again like to bonus action help my ally.
Okay.
That'd be it.
Your ally, you hear him chuckling,
So he likes me. I like this already.
pulls out a flask of his own and just kind of tosses it to the ground in front of this guy. It ignites as it bursts open with the alchemist fire.
Well, that sucks for the giant.
It does as he catches fire. Let's see. So he's
Sorry, Gilbert. I didn't mean to kill your nemesis.
yeah. So the Goliath's on fire. He's now bloodied. He's just gonna fuck off, I think. So he's going to turn and run. This will provoke an attack of opportunity from both you and the cloaked man if you want to take it.
I will. Fuck.
I'd like to use a destiny point to increase the difficulty of that attack roll. Where's Pete?
I'm not sure he disconnected. He might have had internet issues.
So he is on fire and running, and he just barely manages to avoid face planting into the street as you see him reach the street before collapsing dead in the middle of it while on fire. You hear screams.
I don't think we should hang around here anymore.
You say that as you realize the cloaked man's already 5 feet past you, walking away.
So
I
he's
don't-
just walking.
He's just
I don't-
walking.
I don't know what the fuck just happened under, but you describe him die and my nose just started bleeding. God, it is really gushing out.
Well, then I'm going to turn and follow my new friend. Not speaking, just following.
Yeah, and he leads you down this alley. Takes a turn. And then stops at what looks to be a plain brick wall. And he pushes on a special brick, revealing a secret door. Which he then opens and ushers you to go in ahead of him.
All right, I will go ahead of him.
Okay? He comes in after you, and you see that it's a plain, like a hallway between two plastered walls where your left and right are like the walls themselves in this hallway aren't plastered, but you're seeing like the back of the lathe.
Yep. Yeah, essentially it's a hallway between two hallways.
Yes.
Well, I will continue remaining silent as to not reveal our position to anybody on the other side of those walls and wait for my friend to take the point because I don't know where I'm going.
Yeah, he leads you down this hall, at the back of which is a kind of rickety-looking spiral wooden staircase heading up. And he starts to ascend. You follow?
As do I.
Okay.
Oh, I gotta take that oil flask off. I only have 4 now, darn.
Yeah, he leads you up. It's another like hallway similar to the one below between two layers, and he stops at a certain point. And you notice that like the wall there is framed a little differently, and he kind of just pushes on it, opening up into a somewhat well-appointed office as he steps inside, holding the door open, kind of beckoning you forward.
Yep, I'll step through as well.
He closes the door behind you, and you're in this nicely appointed office. You know, it's got a nice shiny wooden floor. The walls are plastered. There's a small fire going in the fireplace. Dark green drapes over the window.
And I would speak up at this point now that we're in a, space that's not hidden. So, my friend Malt, who the hell was that? Because he was following me for quite a bit. I just paid him no mind, really.
One of Flynn's.
Ah. Intriguing. Then who are you?
Malt will serve well enough for now.
Yes, but who do you serve, Malt?
Not Flynn. And considering that you just brutally murdered in plain daylight one of Flynn's enforcers, I doubt very much he will want to talk to you in any way that is friendly. So I guess the real question is, what are you doing here in Lushingworth?
I can neither confirm nor deny that statement. I seen somebody die. I don't know if I was a part of it or not.
He just looks at you silently. Again, he hasn't even lowered his cloak. It's like cowl yet. You have no idea what his face looks like.
I would match his silence. I wouldn't. I would stand by my statement of, well, I seen somebody die, but I don't know if it was me that killed him.
And then two masterminds proceed to stare at each other for hours, like templing their fingers,
The rogue stare
pondering
down.
sinisterly.
See if you can lean up against the wall more emo-y.
Mm-hmm. And he goes over to the desk, pulls open a drawer, pulls out some parchments, an inkwell, begins writing on some of the parchments. He pulls out a signet ring, pours some wax on the parchments, stamps it. He turns to you and says, well, your alibi won't hold up very much. After all, I have here 2 signed affidavits from members of the guard, no less, swearing under penalty of perjury and death to me that you did in fact kill that man in the streets in broad daylight.
Ah, well, shucks. I would say that very sarcastically. So then, Malt, how can I help you?
Well then, Finn is somewhat of a destabilizing force here in the city. And I believe his ultimate goal is to overthrow and usurp the Viscount. I would like to see that not happen. I prefer the Viscount right where he is. You are going to help me take out Flynn.
I make no promises, but I can offer my help if I can.
You will assist me or you will find your head in the hangman's noose.
If you can catch me.
I already have.
So you're the hangman! Ha, we've learned so much about each other now. So from what I've gathered of Bolton Malt, this is out of character talking to the DM.
Okay.
From what I've gathered of Bolton Malt so far, so he's obviously working with some, power of Thieves' Cant because he's at a meeting place that is written in Thieves' Cant. So he's not a legal person, most likely on the more colorful side of the law. However, he's now using a forgery kit to threaten me to usurp Flynn from Flynn's position. So is this another underground crime syndicate that I'm dealing with, from what I can gather from my observations?
I would say your character would need to make an insight check at that point then, if that's the type of line of thinking you're trying to go down.
Yeah, basically I'm trying to figure out what this guy's power is that he holds. Because we just went through a secret passage that is obviously in a well-established part of the city and been for a long time.
Yes. And I'm saying you would need to make an insight check so I can know what to tell you.
Yep, rolling now. I rolled well.
So, you think that this is somebody who is either part of an established organization in town that's just a rival to Finn's, or trying to be a rival to Finn's.
Okay.
The way he's acting is, you know, there's two ways you bring someone into this type of activity. One is they're willing, and you kind of, you know, they pay you a cut type thing out of whatever purses you cut yourself. Or you try to coerce them into doing so via leverage. In this case, being that he can turn you over to the guards and basically hand them a ready-made case that you are a murderer, and that they'll just hang you then. That's the leverage he thinks he has over you.
Little does he know I couldn't give two shits. All right. So then, I will propose to him. I'm working this theory in my head right now of how to word this to essentially. I want to stave off his attempt to turn me into the guards, but at the same time offer him Flynn's head. You know, not truthfully offering him Flynn's head though, like, you know, double agent kind of. I'll go see if I can work for Flynn, and thus get inside information on Flynn's organization to thus give him an upper hand. Does that make sense? Double agent style. That's what I want to portray, but I literally am out of flowery words to have a conversation about that. My brain is pudding.
Yeah, you could offer to go work for Finn to try to get him an inside track in Finn's organization to get him in a better position to take him on. That is what you could try to impart to him. It would require a deception check on your part, since I'm sure you have no intention of actually doing that.
Yeah. I'm trying to be as believable as possible with my inflictions, and then with me attacking Flynn's guy, would that give him advantage to, or give me advantage to this deception, as that I'm willing to do whatever it takes, kind of?
Sure.
Cool. So I have advantage, just double checking.
Yes.
Fuck. That's still decent.
Okay. He nods and says, "That's good." He rolls up the parchment, puts them back in the drawer. Well, then I shan't be needing those.
Ooh, he bought it.
Finn currently runs, since you said you're new in town, he runs a underground casino by the name of the Blossom. Unfortunately, a few days ago, there was a bit of a ruckus there. Not exactly my style of dealing with this type of issue, but somebody took offense to him, apparently, and it was a bit of a bloodbath. He's been cleaning the place back up to reopen in a few days. Currently, he's operating out of one of his warehouses near the docks. He tells you which one's warehouse number 4.
I'm assuming there's several warehouse number 4s in different districts.
Yes, but he tells you which one this is. Like, he gives you enough information to identify the warehouse.
Okay, so I could get there.
Mhm.
All right. So my goal would be to get there and initiate contact then.
Yeah. If you require to provide him with bona fides, feel free to discuss the incident in the street not too long ago. Feel free to finger me, Malt, as the one who did it. He knows who I am. And he'll
and
he'll likely wish to use you against me. And I'm
which
sure
is exactly what we want.
Exactly. Which we'll be able to use to maneuver him to the position we want before we take him out.
Ah, the good old quadruple agent ploy. This will be fun. All right.
quadruple, quintuple decker agent.
Yeah, pretty much. So then now I would try to steer the conversation towards Malt and his operations and trying to figure out why he wants the Viscount to stay in power.
Because it suits me. And that's all you need to know.
Well, I might stick around, so more
Do
information
well on
would
this
be...
do well on this task with Flynn, or Finn. God damn it, you got me doing it. With Finn, and we'll see about bringing you further inside. But right now, we're not exactly trusting of you. So you need to prove yourself to us before we would be willing to give you any such information.
Understanding. Understandable. All right. So I'll just back out the way I came. Like really
Indeed.
casually and chipper about it.
Mhm. Indeed. He gestures towards the secret door.
All right.
As you turn to leave, and I assume that's what you're doing.
Yep.
He does say one last thing. I know you're thinking of betraying me. And I know this because I would be thinking the same thing in your position. But know this. We have eyes and ears throughout the entire city. If you turn against me, I'll know. And your life will be measured in minutes. Not days, not years. Minutes.
Well, I've always looked at time as an arbitrary concept anyway.
Go.
I value my life too much. And I would leave.
Okay. Yeah, so you step into that secret hall. Do you just go out the way you came in?
Well, you said that it was a spiral stairs that went up and then there's another hall, so I just like to look up and down that second hidden hallway.
Well, that's
see
a
if there's
hallway
any
you're in
other-
right now. Like, you're on the second floor.
Yep.
Yeah, and you
I would
can...
like...
Okay.
Yeah, I just look up and down it to see if there's any more framed out doorways, essentially. Not going to
There
them,
are.
just looking.
There are
Okay.
3 other ones.
Okay.
It doesn't look like it goes to every room, but maybe half the rooms on this floor have access to this secret hall.
Interesting. All right. And then proceeding down the stairs towards the brick, also again looking for doorways, etc.
There are none on the first floor.
Interesting. Okay.
It's also worth
Then-
noting that normally like this type of hallway would be pretty dusty. This does not look dusty. This looks well kept, cleaned almost. Like it sees frequent use.
That's a good sign of a powerful agency.
But yeah,
Or they just use gelatinous cubes for janitorial services.
Don't talk about gelatinous cubes, please. I don't have good luck with them.
And so yeah, you walk through the secret door out into daylight.
And then I would proceed towards that grate that I was told about at the harbor. It'd take me quite a while to get across town to get over there, but I'd probably still be able to make that midday meeting up.
You would probably be getting there at around the time the party had set for you.
All right. And I'm assuming they're going through the water. I don't know exactly how they're planning on getting there to avoid detection.
Well, that'd be up to them. How are you planning on getting there?
We lost Pete, so
Well, HK, Lucina, how would you plan to get into the city, into that sewer grate?
Into the city, into the sewer grate we were discussing.
I'm asking you now, yes.
Right, I just want to be clear. Let's see. The way, at least I would do it, would be via swimming.
HK can't swim.
HK can walk across the bottom.
Yeah, but I mean, HK's idea of how to get in there is their sewer system probably lets out into the bay, he would go in that way.
Right. Yeah,
would
that's what we're
climb up.
saying.
And, yeah, he would go in through the outdoor and walk all the way through because underwater doesn't bother him.
Yeah, and it's a normal bay. There's no, nuclear waste dumps or anything under it, so you don't have to worry about, accidentally swimming into something hostile. You guys are able to eventually make your way in. You meet up on the wharf with Freeman, where and when you had said. A couple of you a little bit wet, but otherwise unharmed. What do you do now?
Well, I would relay the information that I didn't actually meet up with Flynn. And then also relay the information about this new faction that has basically hired me to a degree to get into Flynn's organization.
So let me get this straight. You're
All right.
working for the shapeshifters to take out Flynn, so then we can take out the shapeshifters. Works for me.
Yeah, straight up, those guys are probably shapeshifters. Under's fond of a certain word when describing bad guys. Want to hear what it is?
Curious.
Feel free.
Sibilant.
I believe you meant to pronounce that as.
Yes. You are very fond of that word, Under.
It's a really good word.
It really is. Like, you said sibilant, I'm like, oh, fuck.
Them's the bad guys.
Yep.
So yeah, as far as the guy's concerned, I'm on their side. I don't plan on being on their side, but as far as he's concerned, I am.
And, hold on 1 second.
And then from his description of having eyes and ears everywhere, yeah, that was kind of like my nail in the coffin that they were changelings. And then also completely avoiding the conversation about the Viscount.
That's not what I'm doing. Hold on.
Looking for a meme.
I've just started running my timer on my phone. He said if you ever plot to betray him, your lifespan will be measured in minutes. I have started the timer.
Well, I'm assuming this conversation would have happened down by the grate.
Right. I've started the timer. You've spoke a thought of betrayal. Let's see how long this takes.
So I'm assuming it'd
Okay.
be pretty trivial for me to pick that lock again.
Yeah, it'd be pretty trivial, assuming you've got thieves' tools with you.
All right, yep. And
Never leave
giving
home without them.
side. Why don't we just get in contact with Flynn? Fuck! Finn! Yeah, why don't we just get in contact with Finn?
Well, I wasn't successful in running into him. However, I ran into the other side.
I mean, we know where his office is.
Yes.
I doubt he
but
would move from the casino.
Yes, but I was going off of the time schedule that we set before we split the party. I had to get back to here by noon to meet with you guys. I wasn't gonna go fuck off and leave you guys high and dry. I'm in the same faction as Lucina. I wouldn't leave a fellow faction agent without information.
You're not dry.
What?
Walk through the water. We're not dry.
Exactly. I didn't leave you high and dry. I left you low and wet, and then I met up with you.
Well, based on what you've described, it sounds like the changelings prefer things to be nice and stable here. Flynn is a wild card. This feels like we're going to be choosing between one of the two institutions.
I picked Flynn. I like him better, based on your guys' description of him.
Me too. I say we should try to figure out a way to talk to Flynn.
So, based on their knowledge of the city and my knowledge of bullshit, how far do these sewers go to be able to get as close to the Blossom as possible? There's a river in between. I
He's
understand.
not at the Blossom. He's at a warehouse. Remember?
That's right. I completely. Yeah. Nope. Warehouse 4. Yep. I just spaced
Yep.
over that. Actually, I don't have that down in my notes. Let me transfer that real quick.
Wait, how close is that to the warehouse that burned down?
It's a couple blocks away. It's not that close. It's the same warehouse.
It's the same warehouse. Yeah.
Done.
There's a secret warehouse under the warehouse.
At this point, that won't even surprise me. Underdark can throw submarines at us at this point, and I would just be totally okay with it.
I just want my nose to stop bleeding. This is like the 5th time.
Oh, and then there was this Goliath fellow too. The big, burly, ugly guy.
Does he match the description?
He does.
That's all the information I've said so far. I described the guy, so I'm waiting for Lucina's response.
Wait. If he's one of Finn's enforcers, why did they throw him out when I...
Keep up the ruse.
No. He okay, so he used to be stationed outside the bar smoking a pipe. Why did they kick his shit and throw him outside?
And curious that there's another person standing in front of the door who also was smoking a pipe.
Underdark, am I thinking of the same person?
What? The Goliath?
Yeah, the Goliath who used to be stationed outside who would smoke a pipe.
And pretended to be the bouncer and robbed you guys.
I robbed HK.
Well, yeah.
Nobody else fell for it.
And venison.
No, HK was the only one that paid.
That was the guy that Brewster just killed.
That was your nemesis.
The description matches.
So when I went there, it was a half-orc smoking a pipe, specifically. Like Friedman, just now, today.
That is true.
So, 2 individuals standing outside the door smoking a pipe who are separate from each other. But the one thing that's the same is they're standing outside the door and they were smoking a pipe.
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling, just going on a hunch here, that the doorman is not who he appears to be, regardless of who he appears to be. When that guy
at this
died
point,
and
he isn't a
sizzled.
Cylon.
So when that guy died in the sizzling blaze, he didn't turn to goop, correct?
Correct.
That was a Goliath, as far as I could tell with my own eyes. He
and
didn't do anything weird.
the horrified crowd as well. Yes.
So he didn't turn to a puddle of goop.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you traumatized a whole marketplace. It was a real guy. You burned him to death. Good job.
Bet you I don't care. I bet you any amount of gold that the guy standing outside the door is always the same guy, but not always the same person. So there's always a changeling or something out there. That's what I'm thinking. Hence the smoking the pipe and always being outside the door, but it doesn't always have to be the same person, so per se. They can be whoever they want to be. And the guy that you used command on was actually the guy, and they were mad about him being under the influence of some sort of magic, so they tossed him out, bumped his stature down. He got himself back into the bumped stature, which doesn't really track. No, that doesn't track.
Right. See, why would they kick his shit in when I just had them return maces to the head of security? I mean, I suppose he could have just blown past the checkpoint, but
All right, we're looping around right now, so we need to.
no.
we need to back up.
This isn't looping around, man. We're dealing with fucking changelings. There's no such thing as looping around.
Yeah, we're dealing with the ability to anybody can be anybody. Oh, do you guys
Hold
have
on,
some spare
hold on.
gold on
If
you?
you-
I need to go pick up this guy's kit if we're dealing with changelings.
Hold on. If he's a changeling, let me ask you this. If he was a changeling, why would this guy have taken such exception to him if he were also a changeling?
Which guy?
Uh,
No. Remember,
The guy-
Flynn
the guy-
also possibly has changelings that work for him.
based on
The fact that Flynn is not a gnome. Flynn is not a gnome.
yeah, he's a
Flynn
demon.
is something else. Okay.
We literally
we
know
haven't
that.
seen anybody on Flynn's side that we are for sure is on Flynn's side die.
Yes, we have. We've seen people who bleed a blood and goop mixture that's the same as the goop that comes out of him. He just doesn't have the blood part.
I'm going off of information that deck character knows, but I'm going to ask Underdark this. When Belair looked through that before the flask of alchemist fire, you said there was more than one body. It was not just the dwarf's body.
Sorry, what are you referencing for that?
The warehouse where we found
the
the
warehouse,
dwarf's corpse.
When Belair opened the thing that triggered the alchemist fire to fall,
Mm-hmm.
he still had time to see more than one body. Because I do distinctly remember you saying there was the dwarf and other bodies.
No, I didn't say there was other bodies in there. It was just the dwarf body.
Okay, then I'm going off of that information. I'm incorrect. Sorry, Gilbert. Because that information, Belair would have had time to pass that there was just the dwarf body in there. Okay.
Yeah,
I
mean,
was under the influence and impression that there was more bodies than just the dwarfs. Sorry.
No, that was you guys making an assumption because of how strong the smell was, and the fact that there was another room in the back of that office that was closed that you didn't get to before everything burst into flames.
Yeah.
That was
Okay.
an assumption you guys made, not
A
something
strong
I told you.
assumption
Yeah, I
based
mean,
on educated guessing.
uh-huh.
So my assumption is that the changelings didn't just change the dwarf, they also changed the two interrogators.
If they
I think
change those
those
two
two-
interrogators, why do they turn to goop instead of changelings?
Because the changelings could have mooks. I'm assuming there's two tiers to the changeling side of the faction. There is the changeling, which switches back to a changeling when they're killed, and then there's also some sort of either mook or created being that they're just, following orders blindly. Some sort of
You
clone,
mean
essentially.
The ones that create the same desecration type registry that Finn does? And bleed similar goop?
But that's the problem. Based on the information we have right now, I'm assuming, this is based on everything that we've seen and my brain has processed, that there are two leaders and two types. There's two leaders and two mooks. The mooks all appear to have the similar turn to goop concept.
That's not what I'm
The
seeing at
leaders-
all.
Okay.
You're saying that the leaders are changeling and Finn, and that their mooks are both goopies.
Yes.
Why would they both have goopies? That bleed
Because you're
black?
assuming that Finn has goopies. I'm not assuming that Finn has goops yet. We haven't seen any of Finn's directly that we know works for Finn turn to goop. We've seen
but
two things turn to goop.
We've seen Finn bleed the same goop that the people associated with him secondhand do. They just have a mixture of blood. They also both ring as desecrated. The changelings don't ring as desecrated.
Okay. Is there anything that would work for a changeling that would ring as desecrated?
Well, contextually speaking, it sounds like perhaps Fae.
Would they ring as desecrated?
No, desecration
Okay.
is, unless I'm crazy, desecration is typically associated heavily with
Dead.
like
Undead.
fiends and demonic stuff. And also, yeah,
Not directly. Desecration really is like when you act against the gods. You're acting blasphemously.
Negative energy versus positive energy.
Similar, yes. Whereas consecration is, being in tune with gods. What you saw when you pinged on Finn was the fact that he was a fiend. You didn't get that he was desecrated, you got that he was a fiend, because you used Divine Sense, which tells you that.
right.
That's
And the goops,
different. That's different than desecrated.
Yes.
The mooks you never ran a check
Desecrated is
on
what the
similar to
ship
that.
was. Remember?
did
The
we-
ship
what
was
the ship
desecrated.
Yeah, the ship was desecrated, but didn't Pete do something with the goop that registered the goop as desecrated? Because I
Not to my
specifically
recollection.
recall, I specifically recall in one of the recordings, an individual was mentioned as desecrated, which caught a lot of us off guard.
Do you remember the individual? Because I'm sorry, I just don't remember a specific instance like that.
Pretty sure the one second. Pretty sure it was the warehouse.
So yeah, that's you're gonna have to go back to the minutes for that one because I'm getting lost on a person registering as desecrated.
Yeah, that would be something unusual. I'm wondering if I misspoke and meant something else.
Yeah, because right now the things that are turning to goop, I'm saying, are all on the Changelings faction, not Finn's faction. We have not seen one of Finn's mooks die.
You know what it might have been? It might have been that when they died and melted, what you were getting was that the pool was desecrated, because it would be.
Yes.
That is true. Yes, those were desecrated.
So the piles of goop are desecrated.
Yes, they were.
That's why I'm saying that those have to be Changeling side. I think everything that we've killed that has turned to goop has been on the Changelings faction. I do not think any of them has worked for Finn. I believe Finn is a single individual who is
Okay.
using power and influence to gain his way, and possibly demon
Question
packs.
then, if that is the case. Let's look over at what we found. Sorry, 1 second.
While he's thinking that and forcing it up,
Sorry.
I have a quick.
Oh yeah, of course. Go ahead.
So when we attacked the changelings that we knew were changelings that turned into changelings, those bled similar. The changelings, not the mooks, just the two changelings, the dwarf and the harbor master. When we attacked them, they bled similar to Finn. From our observations.
No, they bled blood.
They bled blood. Okay. I think that's where. And then the mooks bled ooze, but only ooze.
No,
So-
the
Black
mooks
ichor.
the mooks bled a mixture of blood and ichor in the
Okay.
warehouse.
So, at the slave holding basement, everybody we killed there bled red, iron-rich, oxygenated blood.
There were two hands and the harbor master.
Actually, there were several more mooks. The wizard.
There was a lot of them.
Yeah, we
Oh,
killed
that's right, I forgot
several
about the wizard.
dudes. All of
Forgot about the
them
wizard.
bled iron-based oxygenated blood. The harbor master, when we slew him, also gushing from his tofu-colored flesh, was red blood. We took one of them alive who attempted to slit his throat. Spoke to Finn. Finn was going to set a thing up. We go to the warehouse. We reach the warehouse. We put the guy in the chair. And then Stubby the dwarf decides to have us killed. Upon being electrocuted by maximum damage witch bolt, Stumpy turned back into a lump of tofu in the vague shape of a humanoid and died. The prisoner that we took from the slave holding basement he had his head caved in, and he bled red oxygenated blood.
But the two mooks that were in the warehouse, you guys are going under the assumption, still believe they worked for Finn and were following orders. I don't agree with that. I think the two mooks that were in the warehouse were also Changeling side.
They bled red blood and ichor.
Yes.
They bled out a combination of both. When
And
we
they
brought
turned to
this up, with Finn, expressed a type of resignation and then cut his palm, bleeding only ichor. Upon
Which
doing
one
a
about it?
religion check, it was determined that pact magics with a fiend could potentially have that kind of weird magical side effect.
And he pinged Fiend, which was just a fumble on Underdark side for the Divine Sense.
The fiend pinging his fiend was a fumble?
No, it was not.
The timing was the fumble.
Oh, yeah, it was a fumble since I wasn't expecting you guys to do that. But yes.
Yeah, there's that part where we would have detected it earlier, but he was registered as fiend. And the goop is desecrated. We also know that at the battle, at the casino, there was a shitload of red blood all over the ground, and by the description, Finn and his cohort of guys had managed to hold off a rather substantial assault. It was mostly slick, though, with blood. Red blood, not ichor.
So Changeling side.
Precisely my idea, yes.
My only confusion then would lie in the fact that the two mooks, okay, so let's say the Demon Ichor mooks are in fact on Finn's side. The Changeling Dwarf somehow got into that warehouse, killed off more than one person, and there was only those two mooks
1 second,
remaining.
I got a call coming in.
Yep. And I'll wait because this is all important.
Well,
Discussion.
we didn't find the body, but by the smell,
The
we know
stench,
that,
yeah.
Yeah, the stench that
There
at
was
least
more
the
than
dwarf
one
body
person that was
is
replaced.
in the other room. Yeah, we know the dwarf was done. So the one that was with us was a fake. We don't know if the dwarf always used that warehouse and those two mooks were sent there specifically from I think after the guy had killed him. We don't know any of that. The place burned down before we could get actual hard evidence.
Yeah. Carl. That was what Finn called that dwarf.
I'm under the assumption that Carl probably worked out of that warehouse, and the two mooks that bled the blood ichor probably were sent by Flynn to assist us in this interrogation.
Then, okay, I guess my main confusion would be Finn's interaction with the mook. When Pete brought him back and put him on the table and Finn interrogated him, if it was Finn's guy, you know what I mean? Like, if that was Finn's ally, then the semantics of the interrogation don't make sense. That had to be a hostile to him. That's why I'm saying the mooks that are goop are not on Finn's side. Regardless of what they turn into or are.
He turned to good.
Yes. After who killed
Flynn
him?
killed him when he turned into he turned it. Well, so the
Why would Finn?
I guess
Okay, if the goops that are mook are Finn's ally, why would he kill his own
Okay.
ally?
no,
I'm
I
back.
don't believe they are. I believe those. I don't believe they are his allies. I believe those were placed his.
So then they-
probably his.
Yes. Okay. So the goops that are mooks are not on Finn's side, because why would Finn kill him after the interrogation? After Pete brought him to him, if they were Finn's ally, they would have just given Finn whatever information he
That are
needed.
mooks. Yeah, the mooks that are gooks.
I keep waiting for one of you to slip up tongue twister.
oh,
Say
no,
it's
Flynn.
there.
A fucking tongue twister. All right. The goops that are mooks.
I don't know what.
The moops that are gooks? Is that what you're waiting for, Spectre?
Yep.
But anyway, so Gilbert, going back to the unknown of what the goop is. I think the goop is changeling because why, with the interaction that happened with Finn the last time that you guys interacted with him, why would he interrogate and then say to kill the guy? If it was his ally. If he had made this pact of whatever to turn this person into something that turns into goop, why would he then interrogate him and then kill him if in fact it was his ally and his ally would just give him whatever information was necessary?
Which guy?
The guy that Pete brought to him, the one that was slick with oil? From the warehouse. One of those Pete did non-lethal damage to, brought that person to Finn, and Finn then interrogated and had killed. Why would he interrogate and have killed his own guy?
You mean right before the party got into a brawl with him?
Yes.
Well, if I recall correctly, interrogation's dirty of a word there. Well, let's see. The guy fucked up and worked with the changeling. Pretty classic reason to kill off one of your henchmen. It's like Evil Overlord 101.
Yeah, but we can't say with certainty that that was Finn's henchman. Based on the interrogation.
Okay. So then, are you positing that there are actually 3 layers to changeling hierarchy and 2 layers to Finn? There's Finn himself and then his red-blooded allies, as opposed to the 3 layers of changelings where they have red blood, henchmen, special Ichor guys, and then in addition to that,
Tofu.
changelings themselves.
Yeah, right now I'm seeing 5 different people in the factions, 2 being, duped humans, or duped humanoids, that are just convinced they're a part of this group that bleed red, and then Tofu, changeling leadership, and then Goop is like a secondary changeling leadership. The ability to take another form as well, or if it's controlled by a changeling, like some sort of created being.
A homunculus of sorts.
Essentially like a changeling homunculus that is of living, breathing flesh. That can assume the form
Or
of
facsimile
somebody else there in person.
the goop.
Yeah, because right now I believe there is either 4 or 5 different types that were experienced. If you include
What
both
about
of
so
the
ones that
red blood...
bleed-
Still talking. 4 or 5. So you have Tofu, Demon, Goop, and then 2 red bloods. Does that make sense, Gilbert?
1 second.
Don't we have one that bleeds red and Ichor?
That's Demon.
The people that leave desecrated puddles of goop are the ones that bleed blood and ichor.
And Finn as well, Demon.
No, he just does ichor.
I thought he bled both.
Just the black stuff.
Under did he bled
That's why
pure
my
Ichor?
character hated.
Yes, he bled only
Okay.
Ichor.
Okay, my apologies.
When Pete challenged him and asked him to cut himself.
And Tofu bleeds blood.
So then, you were proposing that the ichor in 2 different individuals is coincidence as opposed to connection.
Based on the interrogation that Finn did.
Do you remember what was said in the interrogation?
Finn wasn't kind to him. If it was his ally, how he's based his operation.
Well-
a mob boss doesn't just. I gotta go back to the minutes on that one.
I mean, think of it this way. You assign a couple of your mooks to assist your crippled your crippled dwarf buddy. You then find out that these guys, in fact, assisted your crippled dwarf buddy, well, assisted the changeling that killed your crippled dwarf buddy, lost your lead, and burned down your warehouse. Might perhaps you be kind of done with the henchman's bullshit?
1 minute, I'm pulling it up right now.
Debate in the sewer.
Pretty much.
I'm just picturing those like bits of shit we're using as
I'm trying to listen to the
shooting around.
vibe.
Oh, let's see what the time is. It has been almost half an hour since you uttered words of betrayal. We have yet to be hit.
It's almost like shady people might, in fact, say shady things and, lie.
Indeed.
You see, what we're doing here is establishing their capabilities and the omnipresence of their vigil.
And that's when the sewer explodes. No.
I'm at an hour 50, pretty much exactly. It seems like the start of the conversation with Finn. The one with Pete.
Indeed.
Finn asks him, who does he work for? That's what I was going off of.
Yeah.
I knew there was one thing that was a fucking cornerstone of why I was so sure that the Goop guys were not Finn's.
Mm-hmm.
If that was Finn's mook, he knows who he works for. Why would he put on fucking shit show for Pete and I?
Yep.
Like I said,
All
there
right.
wasn't a reason I was arguing that as hard as I was for no reason. Like, I knew there was a reason that I was, like, convinced that the Goop guys were not Finn's.
See, this is a pretty conclusive piece of evidence there. All right. So yeah, it's looking like the Goop guys then are probably weird
Changeling side.
homunculus abominations being created by the changelings.
To fill in any voids they need to fill in the lower ranks of the higher positions they're taking. Something that they can't just pay somebody off that's an Ironblood.
God, the slang we're developing for this.
The
Iron-
Tofus, the
Iron
Ironbloods.
blood.
It's like the leader of all
Tofus.
their little. It's like the leader of all their little organizations is one of the Goop guys. That
No,
he runs the
No, the Tofu, the
Tofu's in
changeling.
charge. Goop are their
Yeah,
enforcers,
Tofu,
and they're
yeah.
ruling over the Iron Bloods.
Yeah. That's what I meant. Yeah, that's what I meant.
All right. So going back to my initial question, I've literally been spending this time to one, I knew there was a reason I was thinking the way that I was thinking, and two, to give Pete more time to be able to get back in here. But it appears he is either something happened. So going back to my initial, how
Probably
close
left
can we
early.
get to that warehouse then from these sewers?
Not that close. These sewers basically run underneath most of the residential district. These sewers aren't really on the warehouses aren't really on the sewer system. They're warehouses.
And they're on the other side of town too.
They're a significant distance away, yes.
But we could get as far as we can get through the sewers to avoid detection, and then go surface side. And at some point, I'd like to get to a market, and if somebody can loan me 25 gold to buy a disguise kit so I can disguise people then.
So,
I'm good with makeup, surprisingly.
as I'm thinking over this, do we want to help Finn? I'm really feeling like we
Yes.
might need Finn's help.
We help Finn to
Yes,
help us, and the main goal is to overthrow the changelings. I don't care if Finn
I believe
maintains
Finn
his
would be
power.
more of help than. I believe Finn would be more help to save the citizens than the changelings would.
Yes, because Finn wants to maintain his position in the underworld of this city. Finn doesn't.
Well-
I don't. The changelings will say anything. They said that to me to convince me to overthrow Finn. The
Fair enough,
changelings
fair enough.
are in charge of the government already. So if Finn wants to overthrow the current government, he wants to overthrow the changelings, which the changelings would not want.
Usually the underworld mob boss is liked by the people because he keeps the crime down and all of that.
Yeah, he brings a
Alright.
sort of order to the crime, like organizes it.
Yeah.
All right. Throwing this out there. Big brain conspiracy
Got
time.
that.
The Knight Commander is actually a changeling, and all of this is a matter of creating enough political bullshit in order to cover up any initial attempt that they had to infiltrate the government.
Possibly. So I think we should go to Finn with all of the information that we have, including what we've gotten from the Katrina. I need to write that name down. Could you post her name in chat? The watch leader person, Katrina something.
Commander.
Supreme Overlord Knight Commander.
I feel like I'm playing a game of Clue with all these parentheses behind things and question marks. Changeling question mark?
All right. I have an idea. We get. Okay. So here's how it goes. We gather all the big to-do people in the city into a single location. That'll probably be like maybe 5-6 NPCs. We sit them around a table. All right. We'll play a game of Secret Hitler to figure out who's a changeling and who's not.
So yes, I think our current objective is to make contact with Flynn and give him as much information as we can without Pete's presence, because Pete and him did not get along, because Pete was, well, a paladin and he met a demon. And then again, you're a cleric, so.
Tempest Cleric.
Oh, true. Yeah, I suppose you're not a cleric.
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
He just insults the cleric.
I thought that was in character too. You're not really a cleric.
Yeah. Goes to a theological convention, like encounters, I don't know, like an Eastern Orthodox priest, talking, it comes up that they're Eastern Orthodox. Oh, okay, you're not a real priest, okay. Fucking bastard.
What is Lucinda's response to that? He said it in character.
You're not a cleric.
You're not a cleric.
I gave my response.
Query,
All right,
what is
so
a
I think-
cleric?
Okay, so can somebody loan me 25 gold?
Yes, here. Take this 25 gold and find us the path again.
So who's navigating through the sewers?
I'm +1 survival, so probably not me.
I have a 0 survival, so. But then again, yeah.
So I'm navigating? Alrighty, I'm navigating.
All right, and I give you a box of giant crayons.
I'll navigate. I don't care.
Well, whoever's
Yeah,
navigating,
you're
make
behind
a
me.
survival check.
I gave her a box of crayons.
There we go.
You have a box of, or you have like 4 or 5 candles, so you're using a tool.
How do you like that 15 under?
All right, yeah, it takes you a bit, but you are able to work your way through the sewers and emerge a few blocks away from the market. And it's about maybe a 20-minute journey from there to the warehouses.
Wonderful. All right, so I'll jog into the market real quick and get myself a disguise kit, or a box of makeup.
And if
essentially.
someone wanted to go and get other things like, say, a pearl, now would be a good time for you to do that.
I'm going to go get a pearl and all my other stuff.
Yep. All right, just make sure you deduct the gold cost.
I'm just putting makeup in my inventory. I know a disguise kit contains a lot more than just makeup, but I'm lazy.
Mhm.
And it's more
Alright.
amusing.
But yeah, you guys can go to the market. It's trivial to buy that equipment. There are guards about, but they don't really seem to pay people just buying stuff any mind.
All right.
You
Then,
hear rumors
onto the
about this
warehouse.
guy that got burned to death in the streets.
I would just feed into the rumors with, spicy details, but not too spicy, and just be like, "Oh, well, I heard this."
Yeah, this old lady's like, yeah, I heard it was the Fae. They hit somebody else in town, lit them on fire in broad daylight. Damn Fae. Someone should do something about those things.
All right, and then onto the warehouse, I think.
Okay. All right, yeah, you guys walk through there. As you get closer to the warehouse, the crowd kind of changes slowly, from the merchants and the people buying and selling, their items to more burly, like manual laborers, dock workers, you know, those types of people. With your passive perception, Freeman, you would notice that they're not following you, but arrayed in such a ways to always be able to keep like an eye on you guys. There's always someone who seems to be paying your group an inordinate amount of attention. It's not the same. Like as you're moving through, it's like you're walking through a bunch of centuries almost.
Yep. Yeah, you basically see the earpieces.
But
A
then,
spy joke.
yeah. But then eventually you end up in front of the entrance to Warehouse 4.
All right. Well, I don't
Ironically,
knock, I'm
on
just gonna go in.
Burnside Street.
What's that?
I said ironically on Burnside Street.
All right, warehouse number 4 on Burnside Street.
I don't know, like a block over. Yeah, you said it was a block from the
Couple
burned up one,
blocks.
so
A couple
Burnside-
blocks, yeah. It's like a 20-minute walk.
All right. Is there an obvious person? You know, the guy holding the clipboard, or no?
Yeah, you walk in, and there's just crates and barrels and the like kind of stacked up. Looks to be like a import-export type warehouse. And yeah, there's you walk in, you see some guys hauling stuff around. You see one guy who seems to be the supervisor. He looks over as you walk in and says, "Hey, this is a warehouse. What are you doing in here?"
Well, I was hoping you could help me with that. Looking for Finn.
Finn? Oh, yeah, he's at his office in the back. Here, follow me. He starts leading you through the warehouse.
All right.
Well, this is going to go well or really badly.
I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, he leads you down past all this stuff. In the back of the warehouse, in like a corner, is a small, like a building inside of a building. And you can see that there's a couple of people with weapons and armor. Looks to be studded leather. standing in front of this inside building. The warehouse guy leads you right up to him and says, "Well, Finn's inside. See ya." And turns around and starts walking away.
All right.
The guard-
Insight check.
Sure, go ahead. Make an insight check. You get the feeling that that was a test, and you passed because you didn't try to murder him.
Yet. All right. Well, I'll attempt to go inside.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
guard stops you as you step forward and says, "Hold up. Need to take your weapons from you. Rules haven't changed just because we've changed venue."
All right. I'll give him my light crossbow and one of my daggers.
So you're trying to keep a weapon on you?
One dagger.
Okay. Please make a stealth check to conceal the presence of your weapon from them as they search you. Uh-huh. Yeah, he's like patting you down. He like pulls out the dagger you tried to hide from him. He kind of holds it and he's like, "I think you forgot something, didn't you?"
Old habits. My apologies. I always forget about that one.
Well, you're clean now. Go on in.
I wasn't going to do anything with the dagger. I just wanted to keep it.
He just kind of gives you a gimlet eye like, uh-huh.
I didn't say that. I said the old habits thing to him. That's it.
Well, I hand over my weapons.
Okay. And,
And
yeah.
HK can't hand over his weapons because he is the weapons.
Yeah, once you've faded over your weapons and you've been searched, they usher you through the door. Inside of which you see a rather comfortable, if meager, office. Basic table, some chairs, and then you see Finn, the gnome, sitting on his chair, looking over what appears to be a map of the city.
So that building that I was led into via the secret entrance, would I know where that is on the map from rough guesses?
Yes.
All right.
It was a residential area. It was like a house or something that you were led into.
Hello again, Finn.
Ah, my friends. Well, glad you were able to find me, given that I had to temporarily relocate.
Understandable, given what I came across back at the Blossom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right annoying that is. It's cost a fortune to get the blood out of the carpet.
Indeed, indeed.
What can I do
Don't
for you
forget
guys?
I'll say, Lucina,
Well-
don't forget to mention Belair being dead. I want to see his response.
Tend to. Well, other than bringing a apology from Venison for the brash behavior last time you two met, we're still scoping out the city in relations to the changeling problem.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me answer that in two parts. First part is to the apology. Not accepted. The only way he hurt some of our people. Blood is the only recompense. His or one of my other enemies. So if he brings me the head of one of these changelings, then I'll consider it. But until then, I won't accept his apology. As for the changeling, that's what we were discussing before you guys came in.
Then I would take a step forward and kind of look at the map and say, I think they got a base of operations here, and put my finger right where that residential is that I was at.
No, really. Is that so?
Well, if it wasn't the changelings, does the name Malt ring a bell to you?
He blinks, looks at you, looks down at the map. Nope, can't say it does, but if you're hitting one of their higher ups, they're likely smart enough to just make up a name.
Well, conversation I had with him, which he did ask me to betray you, by the way. I have no intent of doing that. He said you'd know it. So,
Did he now?
indeed.
That's funny, because there is a malt in the city, a rather well-known malt. It's the spymaster for the Viscount. So unless you're saying you met the spymaster of the Viscount and he was trying to coerce you to betray me, I don't think it's the changelings.
Very well, then. I'm pretty sure.
Oh god, this is a three-way. This is a three-way brawl.
I'm pretty sure it's a four-way brawl.
At this point, it's more of a salient at that rate.
Yeah, it's just an open melee. But anyway, so then yeah, I would say that's probably who I met with, considering what he tried to threaten me with. Some very convincing letters.
Uh-huh. Well, the next time you meet him, tell him from me, to go shove his head up a goat's ass. He'll know it comes from
Duly
me.
noted. Duly noted. But as far as he's concerned, he feels that you would have me double agent on him, and I'm more than happy to, but I would gladly be on your side of that convoluted interest.
Oh, well, we can simplify that. The next time you meet him after you deliver my message and he understands it, just go ahead and kill him. That'll solve a lot of problems, actually.
All right, noted.
Flynn, could you do me a favor? Because
Of course.
we have a number of questions for our investigation. We need to try to get some extra perspective on here. So, as I understand, you bleed ichor, right?
Yes.
What do your henchmen bleed?
Blood. Unless they're, like me, in which case they'll bleed ichor.
Okay, do you know what's going on then with the, say, oil-soaked henchmen we brought you the night of the unfortunate incident?
I
So
have
what's the
suspicions,
bleeding?
but no hard evidence. That's why I was trying to interrogate him.
What do you suspect?
That there's some unholy alliance between the Fae and some devils. And that was the result. And
What
that
does that
for
make
some
you?
reason they
If not a
want
devil.
Lushingworth. I'll be nice and pretend I didn't hear you call me a devil.
I'm assuming you're not a devil. I just want to make sure I know what you are for sure.
Something else. Let's leave it at that.
All right.
Point is, I'm the nice one here. I'm not the one trying to enslave a city.
You would rather keep things as they are, as far as I can tell. You happily residing over your underworld, and the government not paying you much mind. But since the changelings have moved into town, the government has been paying you much mind.
He shrugs. I like people to be happy. I find people that are happy tend to be profitable people. I don't much care about the government. I do care about people dying because some jackass decided he wants to take the place over.
Insight check.
Sure, make an insight check.
God, fuck you, dice.
Yeah, I can't really
I'm
get a
one of
read
the
on
more
him.
important ones. Sorry, I cut you off under.
It's always the critical ones that I can never pass, but like, is that guy up to something? You bet your ass he is.
Yeah, usually when you fail, Underdark's sitting there blowing on the dice. He can't have this information yet.
Hmm. And then, what's the problem with the Spy Master? Why does he want you dead so bad all of a sudden?
Well, he and I have had a bit of a rivalry going back 20 years, some odd years. Let's just say that, well, it's actually really straightforward. I sold his daughter into slavery, and he's never forgiven me for that.
How did you manage that?
Well, she racked up quite a gambling debt, and turns out selling her into slavery covered those debts.
So, you didn't just nab his daughter off the street and sell her into slavery. You sold her into slavery for a valid reason.
Yes. And like I said, he's never forgiven me for that.
She did it to herself. I'm on your
Hold-
side on this conversation here.
What was up with the slave ship then? It was smuggling them into the city.
I have no idea.
Changelings.
Yeah, it was the changelings that were up to something. Damn doppelgangers.
What benefit would a slave in this
Insight
city be?
check.
Sure, make an insight check. And Freeman, what was your question?
God damn
Oh, wait
it.
for the insight check.
Okay, well, it's done. You can't really read them.
What would be the benefit of slavery in this city? Why would the changeling be bringing slaves into this city?
Bringing illegal slaves like that into the city, I don't know. Quite frankly, you can't really use them for labor or anything because, they'll be found out. So the only thing I can think of would be some type of ritualistic sacrifice.
In order to, say, create those weird goo homunculi?
Or something worse.
Well, I'm sure you've heard the ship in question is quite out of the picture now.
Yeah,
Bottom
it
of the
sank.
harbor and all.
Mm-hmm. Good work.
Not my doing. I wasn't here yet.
He was looking at Lucina when he said that.
So,
Do-
what do you have on the changelings so far? Like, give us everything that you know as terms of who you're positive is a changeling, who you think might be a changeling, and we can work with that information to. Oh, we need to give him the information about Katrina too. What she sent us and asked us to do.
Oh,
Because we left the city, or they left the city. That's how they picked me up.
right. And he starts muttering like, "Oh, great! It's just what we need. The military getting involved in all this.
Trying to
that'll
avoid that.
surely end well."
Well, since the cards have been tipped, Lucina will fill him in onto the conversation with Katrina.
She thinks the Viscount's a changeling. I mean, I suppose he might be, but damned if I know you're going to get any evidence of it. The damn thing's you'd have to break into the palace or something.
Actually,
I would pipe up and say that was the plan.
We thought he could be a changeling because we didn't realize there were 3 sides to this brawl. Maybe more.
The information of the Viscount possibly being in league with the changelings isn't that far-fetched because of the positions of power that are being controlled by changelings being directly appointed by him.
That's a possibility. It's also possible that the changelings are just targeting positions of power without going directly for the head because it would be the most obvious.
Working their way up the chain, sowing the seeds, so to say. So
a few guards here and there, a harbor master, a spy master, what have you.
Wait, you think the spy master's been replaced?
Well, if he reacts really badly to my little message, no, then he wasn't replaced, and you should kill him. If he doesn't react at all, he's a changeling, and you should kill him.
All right. All right.
It's like either way we.
Oh yeah, that's exactly
That
what
was
you're
the
saying.
general idea. Yes.
So then I'll ask, what's your sway with the Thieves Guild here?
Thieves Guild. There isn't one.
A city this large. There's no hierarchy for the thieves.
Oh, there is a hierarchy, but they don't report to a thieves guild.
No, that's what I was looking for. Not the terminology of Thieves Guild, but that's basically.
You're looking at him.
Well, that's what I'm asking him directly.
No, actually, they don't report to me, Lucina. You see, Fremont, technically you already work for him.
Ah, Spymaster. Interesting.
It's one way
That
to
would
keep
explain.
a lid on crime is to control the crime.
That would explain the use of all the Thieves' Cant then for accessing the Spymaster. Well, I will keep an eye out for more thief markings, etc., on the city and see which ones kind of point towards that direction. I've also never seen thieves use a schedule before, so that tracks with a Spymaster more than a thief. That would explain the markings on the wall, the 2-hour, half-hour marks.
Mm-hmm. That doesn't surprise me in the least.
Under, how populated is the city?
Quite.
It's a somewhat large. It's a small town. It has a population of a little bit over 4,000 people. Yes, a small town, about 4,000 people, has the Viscount and his Spymaster, some changelings, a gnomish fiend, casino mogul, and a Fey problem.
Popular place.
And now the
Tourist
military is
attractions
looking to get
abound.
involved.
Sorry, what was that last part, Under?
I said, oh, and now the military is looking to get involved.
So at this discretion right now, we're looking at about 6 different partitions. If you consider the government and the Spymaster as separate partitions. Because it sounds like the Spymaster essentially runs what would be the equivalent of a thief guild. You have the Changelings, you have the Criminal Underground, and then you have the Commonwealth. And then the military.
Welcome to the Salient. Alright then, so it sounds like we want to... Huh.
Without directly going for the Spymaster or the Viscount, how can we help you right now? Because those things will take time. Obviously, we can't just walk there and start. But where could you use some boots on the ground?
Well, we need to buy some breathing space. So, if you were to infiltrate the Port Authority and kill the Harbor Master, he's obviously a changeling.
Did we kill him already?
Well, he was walking around earlier today.
Ah, so they replaced him with a replacement.
Probably. So you need to do this somewhat messily so that people know he's dead. If you do it silently, they'll probably just replace him again.
Messy, I can do.
Mm-hmm. Guards will respond, and some of them will likely be real guards. Try to avoid killing them. Some of them might be other changelings. I don't think anyone will miss them. But point is that would a sudden public reveal of the changeling problem. would certainly buy me some breathing space.
And with them being changelings, that would obviously align them a bit with the Fae problem that's going on, I would think. Because people like to associate weird things with weird things.
Just so.
So, paint a target on the changeling's back. I look like I'm working for you. I can go back to the Spy Master and relay your message to see how he responds. I can't promise I will kill him on sight. I cannot hold that promise for you, sir. However, I will promise you his head by the end of this whole mess. I stick my hand out.
He shrugs. The killing of the Spy Master is simply my advice to you on how to handle him. Do as you will with him.
Well, if I can convince him that I'm on his side while I'm actually on your side,
Actually,
I will
there might be another way to get him out of the way.
the Spy Master?
Yeah, where did you ship his daughter off to?
I'm
You
imagining
know,
this was a long time
I
ago.
don't rightly know. I deal with that type of thing through a broker. I don't know who the end client is.
Unfortunate. That would have been quite a bone to throw in that direction.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Yeah.
use that exact phrase with the Spy Master if you ever meet him.
I did, not a particularly chatty fellow.
What's his broker's name?
We're not going to chase down the damn daughter. That was the whole point of understanding a broker.
Yep.
It's not a pawn we can use. We don't have that piece on the board.
Now, if we acquire time travel, we could.
Shut up, Gilbert. All right, so we need to kill the Harbor Master, make it bloody, make it public, make it messy.
Yes.
Can't make it too bloody. There might not be a body afterwards.
Trying to think of how we can draw him out somewhere public. You still have that letter, Lucina, right?
Correct.
I think we could use that.
We could always just go to the harbor master's office where he likely would be with the paperwork he gave me.
Yeah, I'm saying you could use that to get in and say, oh yeah, we have the bodies. It's a different changeling, so they might not have all the information.
bodies. We can
No, we
just
don't have the bodies.
confirm
They don't know
what we
that.
found. Like, we don't need the bodies. That's the thing.
Oh, I know.
We simply just need to go in and, check up on the job.
Do you, I'm turning to, Finn at this point. Do you have a couple of severed heads laying around by chance? Don't have to be anybody in particular.
No, generally they start to smell after a few hours. We don't tend to keep stuff like that just laying around.
Seriously,
Alright.
why would he keep that lying around?
Then we'll improvise. No big deal.
We literally don't need the body.
If you need it, I can acquire such things, though.
All we need is just one severed head we can throw in a bag. Sell the story. Get in the office faster.
Any particular species?
I think human would do. I think that's what we were sent after. What does your little paperwork say there, Lucina?
Might I point out here? We know where he is. We don't need a body to get in.
It's more fun.
It's unnecessary and potentially going to draw attention.
You're carrying a letter of marque saying you need to kill and claim these individuals and a severed head of said individuals.
Actually, it never said I needed to claim their severed head.
Didn't say you didn't. Have a
I'm
little
saying
fun,
that coming
Lucina.
in with body parts is going to create problems down the line. And no offense, Finn, I am not completely positive on where you're going to be getting that. so I'd rather not encourage it.
Entirely your call. Just know that if you need goods, especially if they're goods you can't find at a normal market, I can usually find it for a price.
Always good to know.
Yep.
I do like finding things for a price and getting things for a price. All right. We'll skip the severed head for now. We'll just put a pin in that.
Alrighty, yeah, we just got to go pay the harbor master a visit then.
So, Finn, do you think killing the harbor master in his office would create enough commotion for you? I personally think we need to be a little bit more public with it. That's why I wanted the head to draw him out of
Preferably
the
it would
office.
be preferably it would be out on the street where the public can see him.
You mean like by sending him flying out the window
That would work.
from his office? Nothing quite like a defenestration.
That would indeed work.
All right, let's go for it then.
Alright. Lucina will make her way over to
The harbor,
over to the harbor
master's
master. Yeah.
office. I will join you. Use
Okay.
your letter of marque to get in the door, and
Yeah, you walk over to the Port Authority building. You walk in. There's that same secretarial guardman at the bottom.
I'll talk to him for a couple minutes.
Hey, it's easy. He's like, oh, yeah, hey, Lucina, how's it going?
Doing well. Thank you for helping me find that appointment. What district is the Blossom Inn under? Does it have a name?
It is. No, it does not have a name.
I have it in the whiskey district.
Thank
Yeah.
you for helping me find my appointment over on the east side of the river. Much appreciated.
Of course, anytime. Always happy to help out a newcomer to the city.
Notice anything new around the town, like with the guards we had guarding the boat?
Well, funny thing happened. The boat sank. No much sense in guarding a sunken boat, now is there? You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?
I'd chime in and be like, which boat was it?
Who are
Obviously
you?
presenting him a new face.
Desecrated boat, part of a investigation they contracted out on me.
Yes, and then the desecrated boat sank in the harbor with the guardsmen aboard.
Oh, well, these are oh god, what were their names? Wilford or Wilhelm?
Wilhelm was aboard,
Yannick,
yes.
Nils, and Wilhelm.
Damn.
Yes, fortunately they were able to swim back to the wharf, but they were not happy.
I mean,
A
who would
little
be?
bit of warning next time you decide to scuttle a ship in our own harbor?
Fair enough. It did not occur to me that they were on board.
Well, misunderstandings and details being missed like that can happen to anybody. It's, as I said, that while they were wet, they were unharmed. So, in the end, no harm was done.
Just being clear, Under this was the same 3 guards we found there initially, right? Including
Uh-huh.
the 2 that ran off.
Yep.
Wait,
The 2 that ran off.
Wilhelm worked up the nerve to walk on the desecrated boat.
Evidently, yes.
Huh.
I know. I was shocked too.
More importantly, out of character, Lucina, the 2
He'll
that
never
ran
do it again.
off-
Sorry, what under?
I said, well, the guy said, and he'll never do it again. First time he steps up on the boat, and it sinks.
Oh, any chance? Do you know where he is currently? I should probably apologize about, well, sinking the boat.
I believe he's on the east side of town, doing some fee collection on the port over there.
Thank you. Shoot. I'll be right back. I forgot. I gotta go grab the paperwork. I'll be back in like an hour. And Lucine's gonna leave the building.
Okay.
Do you make any indication to myself and HK to leave with you?
I mean, she is leaving.
Okay, I'll follow.
HK's just gonna turn and follow.
All right. Well, see you in a bit.
And Lucina is going to make her way over towards where he described Wilfred. Wilhelm. What?
Wilhelm.
Wilhelm. What? Wilhelm. Yes. Wilhelm.
Yeah. So yeah, he's over on the eastern side of the bay, so you have to go to the other side of the city.
Mm-hmm. Lucina's going to make her way over there.
Okay. Yeah.
And
Takes
then-
a couple hours.
Yeah. Discussing with filling Freeman in as to what occurred with the boat. But HK, Freeman. Here's the thing. That night, the slaves we had rescued were taken from the hotel, the inn, back to the dock, and some kind of spell, probably sleep, was cast on them. Why those three were on the boat? I'm not certain, but I suspect something fishy.
So then Friedman would be like, well, you want to read your letter of marque from the harbor master real quick?
Right here?
Do you remember the specifications of what that says? Because I remember what that says, and I wasn't even here.
What's it say?
Wilhelm stayed behind. Yannick and Nils ran off. The harbor master gave you a letter of marque to capture and kill Yannick and Nils, the mutinious guardsmen. If they were back on the dock,
What are you talking about? That's not what the mark was for. It was to deal with the slavers.
no. You told the harbor master that 2 of the guards were supposed to come to him and communicate the issue with the ship, and they would, the harbor master would have then come out to the ship. They never made it to the harbor master.
Yes, I also spoke to the harbor master about what we found. About the slavers,
Uh-huh.
and he stared off in the middle distance saying we can't have that.
Do I need to go grab the minutes?
The letter of marque is for the slavers that we went to speak to him about.
Back to the minute.
The other 2 guards was a thing brought up later on in the conversation. It was a side tangent. Unless I'm going crazy, I brought it up as a, monk? Just one more thing.
Reference was Columbo.
Columbo, thank you.
Yeah, you did do a Columbo
was
thing. I
doing
just
the
didn't think it
Yeah,
was.
the whole mark
for-
was to hunt down the slavers. That's why I was able to use it to hunt down the slavers.
So the 2
I'm just
guys
trying
that
to-
ran off came.
That's why we're stopping by Wilhelm, though. Because last we spoke, the three of them were super concerned about the obviously cursed evil boat. The fact that
Yeah.
any of them worked up the nerve to go on is kind of surprising. So I intend to go apologize and socialize.
Interrogate.
It's strong a word.
Waterboard.
Underdark, are we able to make it to that area?
Yeah, you're able to make it over to the eastern docks, and you can see that there's a trading ship there. It's flying a ensign from the Loser Dynasty, and you can see the three guards apparently talking with what has all appearance of being some type of officer from that ship. As you approach.
Oh, as a type of precaution,
Mhm.
I'll just throw up ahead of time this delightful little spell called Detect Evil and Good. You know, if they're guarding one desecrated ship, that's an anomaly. If they're at two, I'm detecting a trend.
Okay, you throw up Detect Evil and Good as you approach. It is not pinging on them or on the ship.
That's good.
Yeah, in fact, nothing's pinging on them from that at the moment. Yeah, and as you approach, you can overhear them saying, "Yes, yes, that will do. You must pay." And the officer kind of pulls out a sack, hands it over to Wilhelm. Wilhelm nods. The officer turns around and goes back, starts walking back down the wharf towards the gangplank to a ship. The guards do turn to face you as you approach, though. Hello. It's good to see you again.
Hello, Yannick, Nils, Wilhelm. How are the three of you doing?
Been better. Yeah, seem to have caught a bit of a cold. How about you?
Doing well, doing well. How'd you catch the cold?
Well, let's just say there was an impromptu swim off the docks.
Ah, worked up your nerve to get onto that desecrated boat the three of you were guarding?
Well, when needs must.
Must have been quite a need for three of you to step up on there. You were practically shaking your boots at the idea of it being desecrated. What was up?
We had reason to believe that the slavers had returned to the ship somehow. We were investigating, searching.
Oh, what reason was that?
Heard noises.
What kind?
The kind people make when they're on a ship.
Is he being obviously evasive under?
Yes.
And insight check.
Okay, sure.
If he's being obviously evasive, there might be something more I can pull out with the check. Seriously, can't do it on the fucking gnome, but some schmuck guards, no problem.
Yeah, he's being pretty evasive, and you would notice that Nils and Yannick are standing a bit looser than you would expect them to. Almost like they're expecting some trouble here.
So, do you want to be more upfront about what was going on? Feels like this would be better served by simply us being direct.
No, not really. You're a swell guy, but don't really want to talk to you about this.
That is unfortunate. Because we're still running that investigation.
Unfortunate.
Well, best of luck with that. But we got to get back to work, so if you'll excuse us.
Of course.
Yeah, they turn and start walking down to the dock to the next ship they have to bother.
Fremont.
All right, you want to run me the quicks of what you just talked about? I was muting and unmuting myself, listening to the minutes of that conversation you had with the harbor master.
Fair enough. Basically, these three were probably in on the slavers. When I say
we knew that.
probably, I mean pretty damn in. We didn't know that. We've more or less confirmed. Remember, we got intrigue and conspiracy going on here. It never hurts to be certain.
All right, and what are their betwixt feelings towards the harbor master? Did you get anything from them for that?
Oh, I didn't. Simply inquiring as to the boat. These three might be useful assets down the line.
So they're in with the slavers, but probably not with the changelings, is what you gathered?
Oh, I have no idea. I simply have confirmed that they were in on the slave aspect.
All right.
We're in public, broad daylight. Yeah, I'm not going to push that too hard. We'll save that for something a little more your speed. At night. Let's go pay the harbor master a visit.
Sounds good. Well, I'll wait outside the window. To ensure that the fall kills him.
All right, so you walk back to the Port Authority. You walk in. Desk sergeant is still there. What's up?
Ruffles, did you you get any insight from listening to the minutes?
No, I just found it. I have returned because I heard your conversation coming to an end. I just found the conversation. I didn't quite get to listening to it. Do you want the timestamp?
No, it's all good. We're about to speak to the harbor master.
Yep.
Oh,
I'll say 148 if you wanted to look at it later.
Under, what was the name of the desk guard again?
Never got it.
Under?
Yeah, I'm looking through my notes.
I would have it as clerk underneath the harbor master, but I don't have it in my notes, so.
Was Sergeant Caspar.
Thank you, Sergeant, for the info. I was able to have a talk with them. Express my apologies for sinking the boat on them.
Yeah, he sort of waves it, obviously laughing a bit. Yeah, well, it'll be the first time some guards get wet. It's not a big deal. Like I said, no one got hurt.
Can I insight check him? Like, how knowing about my conversation? Like, how should I put this? How in on what seems to be going on does he seem to be? Like, so I know what's going on the ship. Those three know what's going on with the ship. And I know that he knows Finn. How in on what's going on between Lucina and the three guards does he seem to be, as we've talked both times?
Sure, make an insight check.
Basically, you're asking, does he know the ship contains slaves?
You get the impression he knows quite a lot.
Dear God, fuck this city. I'm not saying that out loud, but dear God, fuck this city.
Everyone is working for at least 2 other people secretly.
Seriously. What the fuck? When I get control weather, the first thing I'm doing is throwing hurricanes at this place for a week. Alright, Lucina will head up to the harbor master's office.
Uh-huh.
Go and knock on the door. Actually, yeah, I'll go and knock on the door.
Okay. You hear, the voice from Simon on the other side says, "Enter."
Wait, does he sound different?
No.
Okay. I enter.
Yeah, you see
HK and Fritmund in here.
Yeah, you see him sitting behind the desk doing what appears to be some paperwork. Oh yeah, welcome back. What can I do for you?
Is he still staring off in the middle distance at me?
No, he seems much more with it.
Hello, Harbor Master. Here in relation to the investigation you had me begin?
Yes.
Lucian's going to produce the order of mark, or letter of mark, or whatever.
Indeed. I said yes in the sense that I was waiting for your report.
Okay. Lucina will give him the rundown of what they found, not the entire conspiracy under, just the part about, figuring out the ship, the sewers, and the secret basement stuff, down 2nd Street or whatever.
Yeah, he seems to be paying attention. And as you conclude your story, he's like, and where are these victims now?
Insight check.
Sure. He seems to be taking an inordinate amount of interest in their location.
Tell them that they're at the garrison with the soldiers.
I do not rightly know. We set them up at the inn. They disappeared. We went to go meet up with them. Oddly enough, the innkeeper told us that apparently they left earlier. Not sure why. That's about all I know in that regard.
Go ahead and make a deception check. He frowns on it. It's like, that's not good.
Indeed.
That's
It's not good.
That's not good at all.
Are you quite all right? At least last time we spoke, you seemed a bit out of it.
Oh
Glad to
yes,
see
I'm
you
fine.
come through.
But I'd like to dispense with the bullshit. Where did you put these victims up? They need to be interviewed. We need to get their statement.
Unfortunately, I am not at liberty to disclose that. Outside of their statement has been taken by officials. I had to take them through other channels.
And why is that?
Well, fun little detail about the basement we were at. There was a you. Except when we killed you after you murdered a bunch of slaves, you turned into a pile of humanoid tofu. And given the fact that you're not dead, I have a feeling that it wasn't really you.
Obviously. And so, because you murdered me, he actually puts his fingers and does air quotes around me. You decided to take the slaves elsewhere.
Correct. The presence of a changeling did a lot to concern us about what official channels we could utilize.
That is important. So, which is why I need to know which official channels you did utilize.
Ones that have no ties to you?
And who
Simply
are you?
put.
Wait, you're outside, you said.
What? No, I brought them in.
I thought
Yeah, we all
Freeman's...
came with.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he'll see you, Freeman. Who are you?
No, I was joking about being outside the window. I apologize for that.
Okay, well, he turns to you and says, who are you?
Nobody.
Sure. Well, Lucina, what official channels did you turn these people into?
As I've
Like I
said, I cannot say.
Cannot or
Said
will
official-
not?
Cannot. Said official channels are equally concerned about a changeling issue.
If you don't tell me, I will have to assume you're in league with the slavers and have you arrested as such. In essence, if you don't tell me where they are, I will have to assume you sold them back into slavery.
That would quite defeat the purpose of freeing them, wouldn't it? They're
No,
free.
no,
They're
he-
safe.
He
You can
raises
trust
a
our word
good
on that.
point. Harbor Master, do me this favor. Given the changeling issues we have encountered. Actually, hey, random questions. I'm bullshitting here. Do Fae or changelings have any kind of particular, like, I don't know, like a substance they can't touch or something that is reactive with them? Some kind
Make an Arcana check.
God, if only I was a Septimus. Fuck you, dice.
Yeah, you don't know.
All right. We'll go with the classic holy water. Do me a favor, then, Harbor Master. I've seen the changelings and their weird, goopy homunculi react poorly to holy water. Just, don't know, take a swig of it, pour it on your skin, whatever. Do this for me, and I will disclose where we have stashed the witnesses.
No, I don't think so. And that's when the rug under you begins moving, and you guys should roll initiative.
And I have potentially gained some useful info. If the holy water did nothing, he might have attempted to humor us.
HK, you gonna roll initiative? Mister, you here?
Mr. CMP! You absolute bastard! Where have you gone? Fremont? Ruffles?
Yep, I'm here.
We're fucked.
Probably without the full party comp here in this particular engagement.
We are down to 50%
I-
capacity.
Oh, here he is.
I don't know, he hasn't spoken. I don't count it until he speaks.
If you're trying to speak, mister, we're not hearing you.
We are seeing your keystrokes, but they have stopped now.
Alrighty then. Well, the harbor master goes first. I don't think
Oh,
anyone
it
is
would
particularly surprised at this turn of events. So he's
Like, gasp.
yeah, he's going to lunge forward over his desk, and he is going to try and smack Lucina around.
Ha!
What's your AC?
You were saying?
My armor class is 18.
So 2 hits.
He is a big, stinky weenie butt.
So that is a total of 19 bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Okay. That's interesting. All right. So, I have a thing.
Okay.
He has hit me, and he's within 5 feet. Yes.
Yes.
I want a dex save.
Rebuking the hell, quite fun.
What? No.
That's
That
not hellish
fails.
rebuke?
Uh-huh.
Fucking lightning gets him.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you have the lightning equivalent of that.
9 points of lightning.
Alright, yeah, you shock the hell out of him. As that rug that was moving under you tries to wrap you up.
Yo, mister, you here? Mister, sound off.
Alright, and let's see. And that rug, it looks like it hit you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here.
Uh-huh. Alright, as a result, you are grappled, restrained, and blinded, and at risk of suffocating.
Mm-hmm.
And HK, what do you do?
Incorrect.
Get him out of the blank. I blast. Can I blast the blanket or the?
Oh
the-
wait,
the-
sorry,
the
I
thing that-
have that in the wrong order. That's right. Freeman would go first. My bad. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah. So Freeman.
Well, first thing first, I would like to. I think I'm just gonna. How big is this room? Can I back up?
It's a 10 by 10 office. You could back up a little bit.
All right, back up, and then I'm gonna shoot a light crossbow at the Harbor Master's face.
Okay. Roll to hit. That will hit.
Ally within 5 feet.
Uh-huh. He's wrapped in a rug, but he's within 5 feet.
Debating if I want to use the silvered ones or not.
All right, yeah,
I
that
think
hurts
use
him.
the silvered one.
Anything else?
No, other than my bonus action help for HK.
Okay. HK, sorry, now it is your turn.
Going to try to get out Lucia of whatever that got her wrapped up.
Okay. Make a strength athletics check.
Oh shit. Um,
Perhaps kill the
it's gotta-
changeling.
okay.
Yeah, I would say kill the changeling.
Okay, yeah, let's do that instead. I'm gonna turn and I'm gonna blast the changeling.
Well, you have my help.
Mm-hmm. So go ahead and roll to hit. You would have advantage on it from the help.
My God, this
I'm an-
fucking piece.
I'm an excellent distraction. Really hoping Pete would turn up.
I tried to hold off on this for as long as I could.
Yeah, me too.
I even tried to hold off on it.
All right, so I'm gonna blast the Harbor Master.
All right. Like I said, you
Very
have
changeling.
yeah, same guy. You have advantage from the help, so go ahead and roll to hit. What?
Fucking come on.
Man. Fucking fuck.
I mean,
I call bullshit.
I mean, are you seeing this shit? All right, I suppose I miss.
Yes, the window behind him blows out.
Excellent.
Yeah,
It will
we'll leave
attract
that later.
attention for when the change. Yeah.
We'll need that later, so it works out.
All right. Anything else, HK?
No, that's it.
All right. Lucina, at the start of your turn, you take 10 bludgeoning damage from the rug.
Okay, fuck. I am nearly dead.
Okay. Well, it is still your turn. You are grappled, restrained, blind, and suffocating. What's your con mod?
16.
Okay, so you got 3 rounds before you pass out.
Alright, Thunderwave.
Okay. I assume you're aiming it towards the doppelganger so as to hit the rug and the doppelganger and not your allies?
Yes.
Okay. Just double checking, because you are blind. You could just panic and shoot straight up and hit everyone.
No.
No? Okay. It's what, a con save?
Gonna make the Thunder
Yes.
do max damage.
Which one was that?
That was the rug,
Well, the rug's a cuck.
and this is the doppelganger.
Your doppelganger's also a cuck.
Yep. But I do think they take damage.
Yes.
Half of it.
Bullshit on these rolls, man.
I know.
Thunder.
You guys can see that the doppelganger is now bloodied.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well,
Can't
those of
use
you
the
who
magic
can see.
jujitsu thing? What are the specifications of your magic jutsu thing?
Where the fuck did Mister go?
He left.
But no, seriously, what are the specifications of your magic Zumi thing?
Yeah, give me a second because there's a thing I'm checking there.
Mister, that was pretty good.
We said fuck these dice, and Mister he left the game.
So, random question under. Does being smothered technically count as being hit?
On the round when it had smothered you, that was a hit. However, at the start of your turn, you simply take damage.
Had to ask for the purposes of, tasering it.
Right. No, basically, it gets to constrict on you with the smother on its turn. That would be an additional hit.
Hold on here a second.
What about your 10-foot jump thing?
Yeah,
What's the wording on that?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
I can fly 10 feet. This movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks as whirling gusts of air surround me.
Unfortunately, your speed is 0 regardless of bonus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Does the
that's
swirling
it gives you
air
movement.
give me more oxygen?
Misty step.
I'll give you
That
a con
requires me to
save
see,
to
mister.
try to breathe that in. I'll give you
You
a
cut
con
out on
save. I said I'll give you a con save to try to use the gust to get some air.
Man.
Might be enough.
It's not. The dice are trying to kill you.
Fucking dice bastard Pete leaving us.
All right. Anything else? I believe that was your turn. Is there anything else?
Nope. Just hoping these two chuckle fucks can prevent my death.
Okay. Well, let's see, Doppelganger. Seeing that one guy is being dealt with, the Doppelganger Harbor Master is going to try and punch HK a couple of times.
But he's ugly. And he smells bad.
And apparently misses you.
Oh, that's what I forgot to do. I forgot to talk shit before I was attacked.
Mm-hmm. Actually, the rug isn't going to do anything.
No, the rug would like to do something. It would like to run away.
Okay. Yeah, the rug starts inching towards the towards the window. It moves 5 feet. It's taking Lucina
I'm gonna
with him.
jump out the window with you.
This will provoke
Does that provoke
it provokes attacks of opportunity from both HK and Freeman.
I would like to stab it with my dagger.
Sure, go ahead.
I hate
you know,
Under.
the thin rug
Uh-huh.
with
yeah.
a dagger.
Uh-huh. Go ahead.
I hate you so much. Does the damage transfer trigger the ability?
So those will both hit the rug. Go ahead and roll damage. Wind grab one creature only takes half damage dealt to it.
Yep, I take the other half.
Yeah, but that means it's a hit on the rug, not on you.
I had to try.
I know you had to try.
Another fucking set of ones.
All right, well, so you take the 4 from that 8, Lucina.
Mm-hmm.
HK.
Mister, you gonna roll damage?
Yes.
What'd you do? Kick it?
Well, that's enough to take me out.
Yeah, but you're only unconscious.
In a rug that's smothering me.
That's fine.
It's not.
It'll be fine.
You realize I can't actually gain hit points while it's smothering me, right? Because I can't breathe.
Yeah, no, it'll be fine.
We'll just have to kill the guy. That's all.
All right, well, Freeman, it is your turn.
Kill the guy.
Mister, what's the one?
I punched you. I don't have any weapons. My punches deal 1 point of
okay.
damage.
It was an unarmed strike.
Okay, so how does that port over?
We both the rug and you take 1 hit point of damage.
Okay, I am unconscious, bleeding out. Wait. Unconscious?
Yes, you are unconscious and bleeding out.
Am I bleeding out if...
If he didn't call it non-lethal.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. But the padding... I'm grasping at straws here.
You are grasping at straws and tassels.
Especially tassels. Fucking tassels.
So Freeman, what you doing?
Light crossbow on the changeling.
Okay, roll to hit. No.
I'm done. Alright, help action HK.
Have you guys
All right.
tried not sucking complete balls?
Dude, look at the fucking dice rolls.
I know, they're straight up murdering you. All right, HK, your turn.
Blast the dude.
All right, roll to hit. You have advantage from the
I
help.
have advantage. Oh my god.
Yeah, mind you, he had advantage last time.
And he doubled that one, yes.
Yeah, like,
Let's see if he can do it again.
Try not sucking.
there's some bullshit with these dice. I don't care what anybody says.
That hits.
Fucking blast his ass out the window. Force cannon, right?
All right, yeah, you blast him. He's looking hurt. Past bloodied.
That's a force cannon, isn't it?
I have no idea. He has it. Mr.
Oh,
Resident said
it's a firebolt.
firebolt. Okay.
Yeah, it's a firebolt. Yeah.
I thought you were using your blast cannon because then you can move him.
I should. Does more
You
damage.
should have. Yeah, because then we can go grapple the rug before it gets out the window. While, Changeling's fucking off. If he wants to fuck off, he can fuck
Alright.
off. But
Anything else, HK?
Fall damage.
That's my turn. Yes.
All right, Lucina, at the start of your turn.
As a bonus action, wait. Can I give the help action to Lucina?
Do you
Lucina?
You
have
can't
it?
do it as a bonus action.
Yeah, it's a rogue thing for a Freeman to do.
Also, Mister, the help action will require me to not be unconscious, blinded, restrained, grappled, and suffocating while bleeding out.
Specifically the unconscious part.
And the suffocating and bleeding out part. I cannot regain hit points while suffocating.
So at the start of your turn, you take 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
Failed death save.
Yep, that's a failed death save. You can now make your normal death save. And you can regain hit points. You just can't stabilize when you're suffocating.
So I can become conscious again?
If you roll a nat 20, you would have 1 hit point. You'd still be suffocating, but you'd be at 1 hit point. You
Well-
haven't reached your 3-round limit yet.
Let's see if these bitch-ass traitor dice stab me in the fucking back. Don't you goddamn
can we
dare,
get
you
some
little shit.
inspiration for these bullshit dice?
No.
A second failed death save.
Well, good luck, guys. If you don't get me out, I do die immediately at the start of my next turn.
Alright, the doppelganger is going to continue trying to just punch HK. Actually, no. No. HK is doing, like, piddly shit to him. He don't give a shit. He's going to try and punch the rogue.
I didn't do shit to him either.
You did more than you did more than HK. He will move to fight Freeman, which will provoke an attack of opportunity from you, HK. He basically brushes past you. Are you going to do anything?
Yeah. I got a question. I got a question.
Uh-huh.
Can I cast a bonus action spell like Boom when I hit him?
Not on an attack of opportunity, no.
Okay.
On your turn you can, but this is an attack of opportunity. That hits him. Go ahead and roll damage. Ah, okay. Well, he's then going to try and punch you twice, Freeman.
All right. 1-6.
Alright, he hits you once for 5 bludgeoning damage. And it is... Oh, and the rug continues moving 5 feet closer to the window. Freeman?
All right. Bonus action disengage. I'm going to go ungrapple the rug.
Okay. To pull him out is a strength athletics check.
Yep.
Did you dump it again?
Yep.
You know I'm going to say I told you so, right?
Yep.
Because I told you so. I told you dumping that would get someone killed.
Yep.
You pull him out from the rug.
Unfortunately, that's my action, so I can't do shit to stabilize him.
That is correct. He's unconscious and bleeding out, but he's no longer grappled, restrained, blinded, and suffocating.
And just like that, he's contributed more to this combat than any of the three of us combined.
And I would like to position Lucina and myself so that if the rug was to try grappling another person, it would grapple myself.
You
And
can...
then it rotates around.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can position yourself so that it's more likely to grab you, but you're... Like, it could just be straight up being ordered by the doppelganger to target Lucina.
That's fine. But I have the squat nimbleness, so I can actually ungrapple myself a lot more efficiently.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm basically pushing Lucina as far away and, basically offering myself to this thing.
Uh-huh. Is that
as
all
a
you do?
juicier target. Yeah, no, I needed my bonus action to disengage, so.
All right, HK.
Wait, did I?
You did use your bonus action to disengage. Yes, that's what you told me.
Did I need to though? Could I rotate around
Okay.
him and get to
No.
the rug without?
Because remember, the rug had been inching towards the window.
Yep, yep, okay, yeah. No, I was just double checking to make sure I couldn't just bonus action help HK to stabilize Lucina.
Afraid
Because
not.
if you don't do that,
Okay. So could I cast a spell?
It is your turn, so you could cast a spell.
Okay. Like, would it be better to attack the guy or to heal Lucina?
It would be better to heal me.
Lucina has 2 failed death
Okay,
saves.
then I'm gonna move over to y'all. Then I'm gonna move over to where y'all are and cast Cure Wounds on Lucina.
All right, you can do that.
Told you to be fine, Lucina.
All right, go ahead and roll your Cure Wounds then.
Ruffles, we were lucky on a single roll in this encounter.
The only roll that mattered was pulling you out of that rug.
Cut the shit, man.
Told you it would work out. Friedman's arrogantly confident.
Wow. I explode from overheal.
I think you did that wrong.
Holy shit, yeah. That's a lot of health.
I'll take it.
Lucina just cloned herself 3 times. There's now 3 full health Lucinas.
They all start killing each other because they're doppelgangers.
HK, did you double check your roll there, or you just checked out?
Mister, are you here?
Mister.
Just guessing you forgot a plus sign.
Yeah, I'm thinking he did.
Do you think he's listening? Can he hear us?
I mean, I saw him typing something.
Yeah, he typed it.
Are we sure that wasn't accidental?
Could have been the cat running across the keyboard, true. Like that.
So,
That's what I picture
7
half the
plus
time when you see
3?
HK. No.
8 plus 3? I see 2 numbers rolled there, a 7 and an 8.
I mean, in all reality, the 7 would be the equivalent of the 10's place, but the 83 throws that number off.
Mister, are you still with us?
Jesus Christ, do I need to roll it for my own health? Come on, dice, don't be a bitch. I'll take that.
Alright.
Yep.
Hey, your death saves reset.
Now
That's all
he
that
fucking
matters.
types.
Look, my computer took a shit on me, okay? I'm sorry.
All right. Hey, no worries. No
Oh,
worries.
good.
Just trying to figure out what's going on. That's all.
So yep, 10.
It's like you'll be there, and then you're gone, and we'll see the occasional like smatter of typing, and it's like, what's going on?
So you have 10 hit points, I think.
Already.
And a level of exhaustion. All right. Anything else on your turn, HK?
Negative.
All right. Lucina, you get a turn.
Excellent.
Like
Where
an
are
actual
these shit
turn.
heels?
The rug is like 5 feet away. And the harbor master is 10 feet away from you.
Are they both in a square?
No. They're
Like
like one's to the
50
front,
cube?
one's to behind you.
Roll out the door and shoot it in the room. I could take it.
Which one's towards the door?
The harbor master.
Yeah,
Does
we
look like
need
he's
him
trying to
towards the
run.
window.
No, it looks like he is blocking you from leaving. He does not appear to be running.
You know what? How close is that stupid fucking rug from the edge?
It's right at the edge. If you hadn't done it, it would have jumped out this turn with you in it.
Fuck you. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to cast a spell.
Okay.
And with this spell, I will bonus action fly up and get a way to blow this stupid fucking rug out the stupid fucking window.
What spell is it?
Thunder Wave. Upcasted. Get
Okay.
out of my fucking window.
Okay. You know this is going to hit Freeman too, right?
It's fine, I can take it.
Aren't I able, given that the way a cube works is off of my face, can't I just stand next to him and then the face of it goes in front of him? Based on how the cube works in the book?
Not if you want him to go out the window. Because then the angle doesn't work.
I can take it.
It's up to
I'm
you.
a rogue.
Yes, you could angle it that way, but then it wouldn't go out the window. It would just hit the wall.
Do it. I can take it.
Okay. You sure you want to take a con save?
+2 to con.
Oh, you're okay. Alright. Yeah, do it.
All right.
Make the saves, motherfuckers. You better pass this, because I'm max, and you're fucked.
No, I'm fine.
That's an 11.
Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Well, Underdark. I'm
Yeah.
maximizing that shit.
All right. So how much damage does it do?
Well, let's see the math here. Hold on.
So I believe it only takes half.
Yeah, piece of shit bastard motherfucker only takes half. Half of 24, so it takes 12.
Okay. Well, that badly bloodies the rug.
And Freeman takes 12.
Ah,
Actually, he failed.
he fails, so he takes the 24.
And he also failed the con save.
So how far does he get thrown back?
He goes out. I'm pretty sure he goes out the fucking window. It's 10 feet away.
That goes out the window, all right.
He'll be fine, the rogue says. Boom!
This was his
Rogue
escape
flies
plan.
Out the window.
This was his escape plan.
Yeah, I'm fine.
And then you fall the 20 feet to the ground.
Alrighty. That was the
So
bonus
Freeman,
action
you end up
shit.
taking 10 bludgeoning damage from the fall.
Hey, Lucina, guess how much health I have?
How much?
1. Told you I'd be fine.
Your escape plan sucks dick. How far
I have 1
away
health.
is the stupid bastard changeling from me?
It is 10 feet from you.
Alright, so that was my action, my bonus action. Oh god! Oh god, guys! I forgot I took shield!
Haha!
I'm gonna go stand by the edge.
You.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Would shield have saved you from 22?
Yes!
Dumbass.
All right, so you blow your ally out the window, badly
Hey.
damaging the rug.
Guys, we're all collectively carrying the idiot ball here.
Oh, I haven't done anything stupid yet. Keyword yet.
You joined the party.
That was a big mistake
Okay,
right there.
valid point there.
All right, anything else, Lucina, on your turn?
No.
Okay. Let's see. This guy. Well, seeing as the rogue got taken out by his own party member, he's going to try and punch HK.
That's what he thinks.
He's gonna fail. Oh fuck.
Does a 19 hit HK?
Pretty sure that does.
Yes, that does hit me.
Alright, so that is a total of 16 bludgeoning damage to you.
Okay.
The rug is then going to lunge for Lucina.
You can eat a fat fucking fart, you stupid floor cloth.
Even with shield, you die.
So, does a
Well,
24
me,
hit
it's
you?
That hits me, and
Okay.
as my reaction, fuck you, get tasered.
Okay. How does taser work?
It gives me a deck save.
Okay.
Choke on it, you stupid
To
fucking...
be clear, it does not
walking-
require you to see the target.
No.
I failed that deck save.
Yeah, it did.
This might actually take it out.
Depends how much damage it does.
Yeah.
The rug is threadbare, but still moving.
Fuck.
Another good hit like that will probably destroy it, but it's still there.
You call that a good hit?
And
I'm trying to be nice about it.
He's trying to serve us crushing defeat with a spoonful of sugar.
Freeman,
HK,
yeah.
target the rug.
So you are prone on the ground outside. You hear people calling for the guards.
Yep.
What do you do? It's your turn.
I get up.
Mhm.
Am I within 30 feet?
Of
My allies. HK and Lucina.
you can't tell HK because he's inside the room far enough you can't see him. You do see Lucina being wrapped up by the rug at the edge of the window.
Is
He's
he
only
within,
20
It's HK within 30 feet of me.
If you don't need line of sight, yes, he is.
I don't need line of sight. I need
Okay.
his ears. So, I will bonus action give HK the help action,
Okay.
and then I'm going to start blending in with the crowd.
The crowd is pointing at you.
Oh,
How about instead of running, fighting?
with 1 HP and no way to get back to the room easily.
You can
Yes.
see the rug smothering Lucina at the window, 20 feet away from you.
Okay, then I'll fire a crossbow at it.
Okay. Roll to hit.
nat 20, kill both of them.
Nat 1, kill Lucina.
Which would require going through the rug. In this case, friendly fire is helpful.
No. He misses. A 1 always misses. Can't hit the target.
I'm still gonna
It
stand by
bounces off
bullshit on the
window
fucking
sill and
dice.
stabs Lucina in the foot, the only place that the rug is not at.
All right, well that's my bonus action helping HK and my action. So yeah, I'll just move my 30 feet back towards the door, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, you run towards that door. It actually gets you well inside the door. You see that the desk sergeant is missing when you run inside.
That happens.
Yep, and you start heading towards the door. HK. Or the stairs. HK.
Distance from the guy from me?
The harbor master is in melee with you. You are
Okay.
currently 5 feet from the rug, though.
Target the rug.
Actually, wait. Can he see me?
The doppelganger?
No, me.
I mean, he can see your feet. They're sticking out of the bottom of the rug.
Is that enough to qualify to give health?
Yes.
That would certainly be handy.
The rug's almost dead.
So you want me to shoot
Yes,
the rug?
so am I. If you heal me, I can handle the rug. It's a matter of surviving to take my turn.
Okay, then I think I'll survive one more round with him. I think I got. He hit me for 16.
And I can always heal you.
Okay, all right. Then yeah, I'll heal you then.
All right, roll the heal.
And then the people with healing spells stand in a circle, each healing each other in the magical conga line.
No, that's Druid thing.
Points.
HK, what's your spellcasting modifier?
He's charisma.
Intelligence and charisma, and they're both 18, so it's a +6 for both.
Right, well, this uses your spellcasting modifier when you cast
4.
a spell, so it's +3, so you'd be at 9 points of healing to Lucina.
Wait, if he's
Cure
if
wounds,
he's an
right?
18, it's a 4.
No,
You're
it
right,
says
4.
6 on my sheet.
That's your hit.
attack modifier.
That adds your proficiency.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but you just add your modifier from your stat for
Yeah, it's
the
a plus,
for cure wounds.
Yeah,
So +4.
It's a +3. Yeah, so yeah, +4. Yeah.
No, it's +4.
Right, so,
So
10
you
points.
would have one more HP.
Oh, I didn't know I added my modifier to it.
For
so
cure
yeah, it'd be
wounds,
4
yes.
More, so it'll be 10. Yes.
Yeah, for cure wounds and healing hands, you add your modifier. So yeah, 10 points
So,
to you, Lucina.
Lucina, you actually have one more HP because we only added 3 to that first one.
True.
Sweet.
That's very important. Like with what's
At this
going on,
point,
that
it's-
one
at-
HP literally
I
matters.
am milking every hit point.
Indeed.
Yep.
Anything else,
That's
HK?
right up.
Anything else, HK?
I am going to Misty Step away from the guy.
You already cast a
I
leveled
can't do
spell
that.
this turn.
I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. Yeah, I'm done.
All right. Let's see. That's when the sergeant bursts into the room going, "What in the hell is going on in here?" But that's all you can do because he had dashed. Lucina, at the start of your turn.
That's right. Get the smother on.
You
Yep,
get smothered for 13.
I'm still up.
Excellent. What do you do?
Fuck you, Thunderwave.
Okay.
Upcasted.
I assume you're just aiming it out the window.
Yes. Fuck the carpet. I really dislike this guy's carpet.
This guy's carpet has it out for you. I believe he still takes half, though, so go ahead and roll that.
Pass the con again. Fuck's sake.
Fucking choke on it, you stupid bastard carpet.
Pretty sure if it's higher than 5, it's dead.
The carpet explodes off of you as shreds of it, gets sent out the window and also coat parts of the inside of the room. You can breathe again.
All right. Other than really, really liking oxygen. All right, so let's see the bonus action. I'll use that to fly and stand up.
Okay.
Is the doppelganger looking like a doppelganger?
No, he looks like the harbor master. A bloodied
Which we
harbor
have no-
master.
We have no indication from bleeding with the doppelgangers. The tofu don't bleed anything other than what they're.
All right, yeah.
What about their
Lucine's going
blood
to use that
splatter?
bonus action for the flying to fly forward 10 feet towards the doppelganger, hollering, "Doppelganger!"
Real quick pause under. What about their blood splatter? I hit him with an arrow.
It's red.
It's still normal blood after it leaves his body and sticks to the wall.
Yes. Doppelgangers have normal blood.
Okay,
We
just checking.
jokingly call them tofu monsters, but they actually do have blood.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
They bleed red blood, but their meat is tofu.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if, the changeling incorporated the fact that they were, red-blooded, so they bleed red blood, but once the blood leaves the body, it might change colors. That's what I was asking.
That might happen if it changes something that didn't have red blood, but in this case, it's a red blood turning into a red blood. Anyway, so Lucina, are you done?
Yeah, I'm standing in
Alright.
front of this thing. I'm pissed. Fucking kill him.
And on its turn, the harbor master is going to yell at the sergeant. These people ambushed me in my office and are trying to kill me! As he tries to attack HK. I don't think a 12 hits HK.
Negative.
The rug is no more.
It does not hit me.
Yeah, that's right. Get your shag carpet out of here.
Freeman, you're on the first floor. You're almost at the stairs.
How much movement? I have 30 feet.
Okay.
Because of the nimbleness thing.
So 30 feet would get you up the stairs and within 5 feet of the office door.
So if I bonus action dash, I could
Get in the
action
room.
knock out the sergeant from behind?
Potentially. You'd have to... There'd be an attack roll
Yeah.
involved, but you could
I'd
certainly
have to
try.
attack roll. But yeah, basically I'm aiming for the good old blunt of the knife hilt on the back of the head.
Sure. So go ahead and make your attack roll.
Do I have advantage because he doesn't know I'm there?
He would hear you coming up, but he's still kind of confused about what the fuck is going on, so yes, you're going to have advantage.
Oh yes.
Excellent. So go ahead and roll
There we go. Wait,
you're
are you
not-
non-lethally?
non-lethal crit on the sergeant.
So we're going with normal rules. We're not doing the new shit.
What?
Because the new shit's not actually the doubling the you don't double the sneak attack shit. I'm still doubling it.
You still double the sneak attack. Of course you double the sneak
Okay.
attack. Who said you don't double the sneak attack?
The new shit.
Well,
Fuck the new shit. Our DM's under.
Yeah, that's why I was asking because I didn't know if we were actually playing by the new fucking bullshit.
No, we still have an old cool DM who tries to brutally fucking murder us every week.
yes, but you do knock out the guard in one blow.
That's the goal. That's why I was like, cool, I can get a sneak attack.
Yeah, and crit on it. Yeah, that worked really well for you. All right,
All
anything
right,
else?
guard is not a problem. He's just unconscious.
All right, HK.
I guess I am going to blast the harbor master.
All right, roll to hit.
Nat 20. Nat 20. Nat 1 blows apart the sergeant. Oh god, please don't blow apart the sergeant. I like the sergeant.
That's why I wanted to do non-lethal to him. Like, he's not actually a threat. He's just wondering what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, he might still be a corrupt evil bastard given this stupid fucking city of 4,000. 4,000 people in this city, and 50% of them are doppelgangers, the other 50% are fucking criminals.
That hits.
And he is badly bloodied, so this might take him out.
Depends on his roll.
Good roll.
All right, and he dies from that.
Fucking sweet.
Does he turn into tofu?
He turns into tofu.
Oh, thank god.
Toss his body out the window.
Yeah, he tosses body out the window as it's transforming back into him. So the people see you toss his body, the harbor master, out the window as it's turning back into this tofu man, which
If-
lands in the street.
If I may, can we add a little more dramatics to it with another thunder wave?
Sure.
I want him sailing out that window.
Yeah, he's catapulted out that window, accompanied by another thunderwave blast. You hear the crowd scream below as his body lands in the ground, monstrous in look.
Lucina's gonna walk up to the blown open hole in the wall. Hold up the warrant It's all right. We have a warrant.
And I think with that, we will call it there for the evening.
Before we call it there, do you guys have a few open spell slots to give me some heals? Because I am at 1 HP, and it didn't go well last time I did this.
I do have those, yes.
That would be very handy before we end the session to make sure I'm not at death's door.
Underdark, may I do this?
Sure.
Alrighty. One moment while I double check the silly wizard bullshit, sorcerer bullshit I have. Let's see, so I got 2 points. Okay, so I can convert points to spell slots. Very nice.
Yep.
So I'll make another first level, and I'm going to start giving a little heals.
Shame whatever happened to Pete.
Yeah. His internet probably just got taken out.
Alright, here's a d8 plus 3 for Freemund.
Thank you.
Gets
I'll take it.
splashed by magic healing rainwater. And a little bit for me. And another little bit for me. Alrighty.
Does HK have any spell slots he can give me a little health? I'm only at 5, so. Or 6.
Wait,
Miss-
guys,
Hey,
this might be good. I think we get extra XP because we did this with only 3 people.
because I only have. Yeah, I've used. No, I got one more heal spell I can cast on you.
Well, if you're willing to cast it, I'll take it, because I have,
Yeah.
like, no health, and the last time I had no health, it didn't end well.
Yeah, it's 1d8. Hold on.
Calculate. Here. Calculating XP under?
He already did.
I already posted it.
516.
Where?